How y'all doing? How y'all doing? In 2024, 2014, 2015, excuse me, I had hit a level spiritually that I didn't ask for. I was a kid that was an underachiever in school, and I just wanted to be good at something. I didn't want to have to be the kid that had to go to summer school every year. I didn't want to be the kid that had to hide his progress report. So when I got wind of meditation, I tell you, man, you Indian women y'all got a piece of our genes with you be the ugliest Indian woman in the world with an ass that's like, you're blessed. But anyway, when I started to meditate, that was my heart being open to receive the Holy Spirit and the spirit of righteousness into my life and into my body. I was listening to Jesse Lee Peterson, and when he explained, a lot of times we take on our parents' spirit, either your mother or your father, and you have to go up to them and let them know that I know you did your best, but because you guys had me out of wedlock, which most parents have their children out of wedlock, since y'all did this, you done left me pretty fucked off, and now I got to do a lot of work to get to where I need to be as an adult. That made sense to me. So I walked up to my dad and I took a chance of doing that. When I took that chance, it went exactly the way Jesse had said it could go, which is your parents would be almost shocked and surprised, like, whoa. I also did this with my stepmother. I also did this with my biological mother over the phone. And doing both of these things, prove to the Most High and to the universe that, yo, this nigga's serious. Migraines from football, all of my physical ailments, I can say I'm innocent of, because I was just a kid. And it's not like I'm still to this day trying to play football and wonder why I get headaches because I'm being tackled at 32. So I take there's no responsibility to take in regards to, yeah, I know, Stephen, tomorrow he saw me. Yeah, I know you saw me, nigga. Anyway, so when I got out of high school and I went down that path of becoming a conspiracy theorist. Excuse me, man. I was already primed and prepped by the Most High to be able to receive this level of understanding about certain things in the world. So it also gave me, when I meditated, the first time I meditated, I cried. Like, tears just ran down the side of my face. I was laying flat on the floor at my dad's house. And it almost seemed like, you know, when Jesse said, just let go of everything. Just let go of everything that you normally worry about, and just give thought about headaches, your medicine, all of that. Just forget about it. When I did that again, that was God's invitation in to say, you've completed something else. You've done something in your life, almost like a gang member that'll go and kill somebody, or you've proven yourself to really want to know something and to be a better person. So when I did that, life and things began to slow down. Everything just began to slow down. And I had worked at the Subway. I had worked at a Subway in my hometown. And when I was at work, my best friend's sisters just so happened to work at the bank. They lived all the way in Sugar Land, but she worked at the bank all the way over where I lived. So after doing meditation, it just opened my heart to just a LSD drug-like experience of just love and compassion on just a crazy level, right? And I would go to work, and she would come in, and she would refer to me as cousin. Hey, cousin, how you doing, cousin? Blah, blah, blah. And in doing that, she had got an idea to say, hey, you can come live with me. I don't, you and Terrell seem like y'all cool and stuff like that. You can come stay with us. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Yeah, you can come stay with us. And stuff like that. So I was like, all right, let me, think about it, and, I'll let you know something. So, I found that to be very strange. She went back and, so, I'm at a point in my life that, man, I'm doing some cookies. I'm gonna get 2 more of these cookies. I was at a point in my life where I felt good about myself. I felt good that, okay, you didn't graduate. I did try to go back. Goddamn, she fine. I tried to go back. Let me get 2 of these here cookies, bro. At the top. To the top? Yeah. I tried to go back to school and everything, but because of the legal issues I was in at the time, I didn't want to have to keep going back and forth. Me and my girl was using the same car, so. I was at a point where I was, feeling good about life. Everything was up, at that point, it was basically the last piece. That damn thing fell off. I would not be surprised if it did. It did. Doesn't surprise me at all. I felt good about where I was spiritually. I felt like I knew what I was supposed to be learning in life. I was learning it. I understood that on the surface, my dad and, end of the day, they're going to look at me as, you are underachieving. You're not where I think you should be. And it was okay. I was cool with it. Because I had took my stepmother's advice, which is, I just did my best. That she would always say, like, whatever you do, just do your best. If you've done your best, there's nothing else you could do. And I took her advice, and I had got to that point in my life where grades and the cars and all of that, I didn't give a fuck about nobody else's opinion because I know I did everything I could do to obtain these things. So when I end up telling Terrell's sister, like, hey man, you know, and this is a guy, man, I grew up with as a kid, and we were real best friends. Like when I say real best friends, we were real best friends, meaning we didn't want to dress alike, act alike, look alike, none of that shit. We had our own personalities. Like, he was the guy that got laughed at and made fun of, and basically because of his association with me, he ended up getting along with some of the more popular kids. But you know, we became, I guess what the Bible would say, like a brother from another mother. You know, I went to his house all the time. We hung out all the time. Yeah, man. So this is a guy that, you know, I trusted. So I go and, you know, basically prepare myself. I had left my dad's house 2 other times when I went to go stay with the girlfriends that I had at the time. One lived in Huntsville, the other one lived in the same town, but just, you know, further up into town, where I stayed like on the back roads. And I did both of those. Both times I left my dad's house, I knew I wasn't prepared. I left my dad's house because I didn't like my stepmother. Me and her did not get along at all. I respected her. There was a respect thing there because of the way I was raised. But no, there was just this weird energy between me and her that my mom used to describe and tell me, like, CJ, you won't know what it's like until you get older. But I'm telling you, CJ, she's not your mom. She doesn't love you like that. And, you know, me as a kid, I would defend it and be like, man, you just mad because whatever. But no, she was right. She was right. To any of you step parents out there, kids have to work harder to get your approval versus just letting them be kids and, you know, they accept you for who you are. When you make a child have to sit there and duck and dodge your emotional ups and downs and shit, 1 minute you happy, 1 minute you this way and that. A child is just wanting to be, especially a child with a step parent, they just want to be in a normal environment. They don't want that weird feeling of like, man, I gotta call him, I gotta call her. Ugh. And that's the atmosphere she created. I used to tell people it's like having 2 fathers. And everybody would tell me, like, we see what's going on. But the way I was raised, I was like, there ain't nothing going on. Oh, yeah, it did break. It's right here. Maybe I can put it back on. This backpack's falling apart. The terrain is tearing up these wheels. There's a lot of shit in here, so it just weighs the backpack down. But I left the house twice, and both times my dad did not force me to stay. He didn't kick me out or anything. It was just like, oh, okay, I think I'm good enough to leave now. And both times I should not have done that. So right before COVID hits, my dad's in the bed sick. This is before it even became a big deal. And I walk in the room and I tell my dad, hey dad, look, me and Terrell are going to try this thing. You know, I'm going to move out. He has a job. He said he's going to try to get me on at the job that he's at. And, you know, we're going to go from there. My dad was like, all right, well, good luck and I love you. So I left my parents' house. I get to Sugar Land. Terrell's sister was like, yeah, you can sleep in the living room and all of these, you know, different things. And so what I ended up having was, you know, the migraines. The migraines, at this point in my life, have taken my health away from me. When I would play basketball with my brother, if I'm standing on my feet, I felt like an old man in a young person's body. So much so that people used to like describe me as old man Charles. because I knew a lot. I'm just a raw speaker, meaning I don't filter what I'm about to say, or I don't give a fuck who in the room or anything like that. So people would just be like, oh, that grumpy old man Charles. These headaches at this point are being triggered by me smoking weed. I'm thinking like, man, is it that I can't smoke weed? What's going on, man? And I went harder back then than I do now. You know, it seems like the headaches, I wouldn't say are worse now, but back then I used to smoke cigarettes. I don't know how the hell I don't know how I got through that, to be honest. Smoking cigarettes. I was smoking cigarettes in my head. I would have one of the most annoying type of headaches. It's like there's a stinging in your head. But anyway, these headaches have become a quarter or at least half of my makeup of my personality. Aside from the fact that I'm learning a lot about the world. You know, my dad was the type of man that listened to sports radio and read the newspaper. So when my dad would talk, he would talk passionately about whatever he was talking about, because he wasn't a big talker when he was by himself. This was before cell phones. So I picked up on a lot of the same habits. I'm listening to 3.5, sometimes 4 hours of an Alex Jones show before he got kicked off YouTube. I'm listening to Pastor Geno Jennings, damn near 3 hour long, sermons. I'm basically built, to watch these things instead, because I remember like it was yesterday. I used to just listen to music. And play video games. But when I started getting into listening to people talk and shit like that, that created a quiet, more like I'm being observant of the things that I'm hearing in my headphones, and I'm looking out into the world, seeing if it's true, and a lot of it was. So when I let again, Danielle, that's his Terrell's sister, she has a son, and her son was about 12 years old when Terrell had first left the house. He graduated high school and everything, and he gets accepted into the Art Institute, right? So he's going to this Art Institute. Well, Terrell's always been kind of like a nocturnal person. He stays up all night, and he goes to bed kind of like around 7, 8, or 9 o'clock in the morning, right? Playing video games, drinking Four Loko, smoking, popping pills, that shit, right? So his sister, I used to call them retarded, because I don't just say words, just because I can't think of another word, and I'm just trying to hurt your feelings. No, this is what you are. You come off to me as you slow, and so he told me, he said, man, she told him one day to make sure that her son, his nephew, get on the bus, right? Well, he's already like a little menace, because he's growing up with no father. He living with his crazy ass mama. So Terrell getting ready to go to bed, basically when it's time for him to go to school, he wakes up and he say he went to go pee. He opens the door and Tarek is still there in the bed watching SpongeBob. And he was like, bro, what are you doing? You gonna get me in trouble, fool. So she finds out, and she makes this gargantuous deal out of it, which was so just over the top for no reason. My son, you made my son skip school. My son missed a day. She pulled this you messing up my mother's skills bullshit. And Terrell was like, bro, like, it's not my fault, sis. Like, I'm trying to explain. So she's like, no, get out. She kicks him out. Okay? Kicks him out of the house. And when she kicks him out of the house, he loses everything. Okay? No more Art Institute. None of that. That shit's gone. right? So he has to come back home for a little bit, and that's just some of the sick shit that his sister would pull, because she's very venomous and she's retarded and very vengeful. So, Terrell explains that to me over the video game headset, and he was like, yeah, and he's like, we got into a fist fight before. She's crazy like that, So she's like, yeah, you can come over, you can sleep on the couch, blah, 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 blah. And once these headaches started to manifest around her, she then says, well, I want my living room back, because first of all, I don't drink. And I grew up around a woman and my mother that called me dumb bitch, stupid motherfucker, all these names, right? And so when me, Terrell, and Tarek would be in the room, by the way, when I got there, I removed Tarek's shit from Terrell's room, because because they had a buddy relationship. They didn't have uncle nephew relationship, because I was like, man, I ain't trying to, first of all, don't want to be in the living room, like, that's just, I don't want, it was more or less like, I ain't trying to, have some area of the house be dedicated to me. If I'm in the room, you can still go in there and do what you do. So, that was Tarek's first little tattletale moment, where he moved my stuff out of Terrell's room. And at first she wanted to have a problem with it, but she knew, like, Tarek, like, they too old for you, bro. Go hang with your friends and shit like that. So I was, I'm like, man, I ain't trying to start no problems, bro. Like, I ain't tripping. You want to be in here, I don't care, But, of course, like, we all grown. So, but he didn't understand that. He just thinking, because he's, like I said, he's a spoiled brat and retarded, he's thinking, like, I'm targeting him. So he didn't have any choice but to respect me, because he knew that I was not doing anything, bro, to try to phase you out of this room or anything like that. I don't care, because with these headaches, hell, I don't even talk a lot. I can't even indulge in a lot of the shit that y'all do, because my head is always pounding. So when Tarek would hear me talk about a lot of things, and he would be like, man, I really wish I had your common sense, bro. That's exact. And, because I would say certain things that he would be like, yeah, man, that's exactly how I feel when she called me that. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I know how that feels. So you got a mother that is now in the room, almost like, you taking my son from me. Just because I'm opening, not even that. It's like, he's starting to see things, because guess what? Terrell would just sit there. See, Terrell's the type of person that his silence is a form of agreement. And that type of quality in a friend is very trashy. It's like, you have no backbone. You rather sit there with that stupid ass grin on your face than to tell some woman, shut your ass up and quit calling him that, motherfucker. You know what I mean? So she then is starting to get jealous of me and Terrell's actual friendship. Okay? She would come in the room. This is a woman that tried to physically get my attention by sitting on top of me. And again, man, I have an old man spirit. My brother called me the young old head, because I was like, yo, man, like, and Terrell knew I'm a bit of an asshole. Okay? And what I mean by that is, like, I'm just not going to let somebody run amok when they're around me like that. It's not going to happen. And I don't have to force anything. You just kind of know, like I said, like, like, what the fuck you doing kind of shit. Yeah, I don't have to say like, hey, stop calling your son names. I don't have to say that. They just know. So she's now uncomfortable with me living there. She's putting bugs in Terrell's ear saying, he's not your friend. He using you. Ain't nobody using no damn body. You just never seen what a real friendship looks like. You have, never mind. Anyway, so she tries to pull a stunt, right? Now, mind you, she's doing all of these checkups like, hey, CJ, you got a call yet? Because when I left my dad's house, it was my uncle. The man that, my step uncle, but he was the one that sold me a Honda CRV for, I think, $600, right? And all I had to do was just fix it up. And when I had left my dad's house, that was kind of part of the agreement, was like, yeah, I'm gonna get the car fixed and everything like that, and me and Terrell both will have a ride and we'll be fine. Well, things ended up just happening, and the job at Subway, that was probably the first job I ever, I guess, unspokenly quit, because I didn't understand, you guys, just how much these headaches were just ruining my life. Had me feeling like I don't like the job versus I got all the energy. I might not like the job, but I can still function. I can still treat customers with respect, And I didn't know that the headaches were coming from the concussions. I didn't know it. So I'm just thinking like, man, I'm just a moody person. I didn't know what the answer was. So I was always aware of okay, certain things are happening at this job that makes it look like I'm finna be fired for no reason. Because when I look back on these things, I'm like, yeah, and there was nothing I could have done about it, because at that time I was convinced that the headaches are coming from something else, but my frustration and everything else is because of what's in front of me. Not understanding that, nah, bro, it's the headaches that's making you impatient, confused, tired, low energy levels. That's what the headaches are doing to you, dog. There's no reason why you 23 years old and you after feeling like hooping, feel like you got hit by a car. In the job at Subway, I ended up just moving on, what I would consider moving on in life. I came out here to Houston, Sugar Land at the time, and the guy called me and said, hey, you gonna come turn in your unit? It's almost like he planned on firing me, and I told him, I said, nah, man, you can go ahead and keep that last check. I think it was like $80 or something like that, and I told him, I said, nah, man, you can go ahead and keep it. I'm not coming back or whatever. And when I look back on that, man, now that I have an understanding of these headaches, I want to take a quick break from explaining this homelessness thing. Is that today I had spoke to my brother just briefly about if they were possibly going to do anything for Labor Day. And he goes, nah, man, it's just going to be a normal day for me. I'm going to go to work and stuff like that. And I told him, I said, oh, okay, well, I was just seeing, because my dad normally barbecues and stuff like that. And so I explained to him like, hey, man, I might be in for some brighter days when it comes to my health. And I explained to him that, and I made a video before where I told y'all when I visit my brother, me and him got into a disagreement about my methods in which I use to get rid of my headaches. And the fact that he, I think, just turned 39, if I'm not mistaken. And he just started getting into drinking tea and doing all of this, sort of these natural healing remedies. And I've been into this stuff since, I would say, on a mature level, meaning other things outside of like workout supplements and things. I've been into that type of stuff since about 2014, 15. How just drinking warm water can help you out so much. Drinking a cup of warm water. And it just progressed from there. I've drunk tea. I've drunk a lot of things that my brother's just now coming around to. Okay? Because I told y'all, we live in a trendy society. Everything is oversaturated and too much of this and too much of that, and everybody doing shit that they think that works, but you straying away from the old things that work just as well, but if not better. So the point is that this is why I don't talk, and I'm comfortable with not speaking, because that was one of the biggest things that I got tired of at work, is that if I have a day, which I would consider a normal day, somebody, not all the time, but sometime, would say something like, "Oh, you own it today. You must be having a good day today. Shit, you must got a good night." And it irritates the heck out of me, because you will know if there's something wrong with me based off of my work performance. I would either say something out loud, or like, hey, like let's say like my stomach's acting up. Then I will let people know, like, hey man, my stomach acting up. I'm being restroom if you looking for me. But being silent, and what triggered this silence, I told you, was getting into it with them two niggas up there, George and Caesar. My whole spirit about that place now is like, nah, whatever. I'm here, but I ain't here. And that saves a lot of that shit I be telling y'all, like, oh, you know, it prevents them thinking that one day I'm this way and one day I'm the next. And I'm a pretty routine oriented based guy. Like I don't do anything outside of the norm. And I mean, I didn't even want to talk about this, but when I use the term retarded, I don't just say these things, and I used to tell this to Terrell all the time. I don't just say the word retarded because I don't have any other word to think of. Your behavior, to me, shows me that something is not right in your head. That it's not even along the lines of it's like 2 or 3 of your mental faculties are missing. And it's all by design. I don't want to say that it's by design. When I say it's by design, I mean that some type of medicine, some type of something hereditary, meaning like your dad got something in his family, or your mom. I don't know what it is exactly. A lot of people got a lot of different reasons as to why they, in some ways, are slow. But when I make these judgments, I'm making them from a point of view that I'm like, nigga, something's not right with you, or even a female. And I have my slow moments. Don't get me wrong, I have my slow moments, and I laugh when I do, because I'm like, damn, you should have understood that a little quicker there, Charles, but you didn't. So, it was funny. I told you, I don't take myself serious. So, we got another new guy that he wants to, I'll say that for the end. We got a new guy, right? Hispanic guy. He said he was like 27, and he got a humpback and just one of these horrible bodies, looking like Bob Burger type body. It's just horrible. Anyway, on the surface, nice guy. Okay, nice guy. I was surprised that he was still in his 20s. But I'm working with him. Then the first day I worked with him, I hear Janet saying that, okay, he's finished with his computer work. I need you to start working. Who's here today? And T, the female, goes, oh, Charles just came in and something. And I heard a like a grim, like, ugh. And I heard her say, have a good day, Janet. And I kind of, it made me laugh because I already know, you guys, people are a piece of shit. I already know. People don't expect you to hear these things. It was funny because I heard something a while back that said when you on a plane with some of these high status lawyers. Hold on, y'all. Some of these high status lawyers, what happens sometime is that, I don't know why these rodents tempt me like this. When they see the light in here, you hear my voice, and you decide to poke at something, and like, don't even try it. Don't even try it. Anyway, they don't expect that. And what I heard was that when you hang around these high status lawyers, you will catch them talking in a way that is so arrogant and so disgusting. And why? You will damn near hear crime committed when you hear how these niggas talk. And they say, because they're not used to being around people who understand anything that they're saying. They're used to being around people that ain't even paying attention, let alone understand what they're talking about. So you'll have a lawyer sitting on a plane with another lawyer like, yeah, man, I'm trying to get paid. I ain't worried about nothing this dude's saying. He's guilty as a motherfucker. Blah, blah, blah. And the person in the front seat will be like, la, 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 la. But for the dude 10 seats back, like, like I got headphones on and I still heard that wild ass, like, damn. And that's how these people are when they don't expect you to hear. That's why I've always told people, I find out shit I don't even want to know. Because people have just such poor awareness of their surroundings. It's crazy that when I'm on the cart in Walmart, I kind of almost play a game with people like, you don't feel something behind you? I mean, even if I'm walking, you don't feel somebody behind you? I mean, it just blows my mind. So anyway, I hear her saying, so what that translates is to like, oh my God, you're gonna have to work with CJ. We've never seen CJ train nobody. We're just gonna assume that. And again, this is why I say it. Being quiet is beneficial. Not having friends is beneficial. Because if you were to hear this stuff and every day I would come in there and just, hey y'all, how y'all doing, man? How's it going, man? We're gonna have a good one today. And then I was to hear that. You know how that would hurt my feelings. That would hurt my feelings, correct? If I go in there every day and present myself as how they want me to, and then knowing that their default setting response about me, this is the same thing I'm finna explain about my roommate, is, oh God, Charles, I told y'all when I first got there, when Africa was there, okay? I've told this story before. When Africa was there, I felt like for the first time since I've worked there, and I had to request that you do not put me on the. I don't want to even be here with that 1 hour with her because she's going to try me in ways that it's not gonna be work oriented. It's gonna be something personal with her. Okay? So she goes, well, Charles, what did you tell her? Because I've heard some things, and Charles, I really like you, but, and at the end of all of that, I told myself, and when she was explaining it, I just stopped talking. There's that audio of me recording her, and her yelling at me and, speaking over me and stuff like that, and at that time I was like, man, that really hurt my feelings, bro. For you to, say that anybody that can come through here and you don't know who the fuck they are, but if they give you a synopsis of who I am, then you gonna back it up and say, yeah, I kind of know he's like that. You don't know shit either. You don't know nothing about me. All you know is he don't take no shit equals asshole. He don't come in here laughing and giggling equals asshole. He not buddy with everybody and say that equals asshole. And what ended up happening between her and Africa? Africa quit on her, right in her face. The audio of y'all hearing her, me addressing the gay dude, Keon. And her, oh no, you can't do that. You can't. What did he end up doing? Quitting. Not because of me, but because of George. So it puts shit on her face to have to be like, man, this nigga was right damn near three times about all these people. A person like me, you only see that shit in a movie or a TV show where you'll then be like, man, this is like he got some kind of sixth sense or something. No, it's called discernment and the Holy Spirit and the spirit of righteousness. I can sense that shit on people. So, going back to this new dude. He is the R word, okay? Nothing frustrates me more than a motherfucker that's gonna sit there and try to avoid doing the harder things. I don't care what it is. I don't care if your job entails going down to the bottom of the ocean and cleaning poop. If you the nigga that's sitting there trying to avoid doing that shit and you looking around and, trying to do everything else but what you supposed to be doing, that shit make me sick. Next to a man that's sneaky. A sneaky man. A little weasel rat. I can't stand it. Sneaking around and shit. Can't stand it. You know how many times Caesar has tried to sneak out of there with pizza because when we used to talk, he used to kind of like, yeah, Charles, that's mine, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't paying for that shit, But now, since I don't talk to him, he don't want me to see it because I'm just standing there like I don't be on my phone or nothing. And I'm standing there, so he kind of try to do it in a way like, shit, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. Like, nigga, you already, like, but you trying to, like, it's so pathetic, bro. It's so pathetic. So anyway, man, enough of it. Like I said, we got a new dude. He in his 20s. He's a fucking retard. And he really did just upset the shit out of me, man. We got orders on the screen. And you see, that's a special kind of retard. Is when you trying to run and do something that's already done. Like, you filling up this rack with dough, which you're a horrible dough stretcher. Horrible. And it's orders on the screen, you dumb fuck. And you're still trying to stretch dough. The rack's already full, fool. But you're retarded, for one. Two, you don't want to dress these pizzas because you don't want to be ridiculed. You don't want to be told, hey man, that's enough of this or too much of that. You don't want to be, so you trying to avoid it. You know how many times I sat right there behind that dude and just watched him continue to make stretch dough, but did not want to top anything. I'm just sitting there looking at him like, and since I don't talk to George, George kind of know, like, all right. Because, boy, I'm telling you, George, when George and Pisces, I put him on the shit list, George and called my name probably twice. And both times I look at him with them dead eyes, them dead cold eyes. Not on purpose, but it's like, I told y'all, my spirit is just so sick of him. I don't even like being next to or around that nigga. So Charles, that's how he call my name now, Charles. Because he know, he done fucked up. And so even now his spirit know, like, why I get excited about calling this dude name. Yeah, because I don't look at, but when my no mean no and my yeah mean yeah. And when I tell you done fucked up, you done fucked up. There is no turning back, buddy. I already told you. It'd be nice to leave this motherfucker with a friend that I can, carry on later in the life. But don't look like that's gonna happen here. And you know I ain't playing. So I'm just sitting there shaking my head like, here we go with another fucking idiot. And to top it all off, he's applied to be a manager. Jesus Christ. I'm just like, I gotta get out of here, man. It's just reminder after reminder after reminder. I gotta get the fuck out of here. So, now let's go all the way back around to my brother. Me telling my brother that, hey man, I found out some good news. It's gonna cost some money, but I should get this shit done in possibly a year and a half of going to this clinic, got a personal care doctor or whatever, and try to get these headaches figured out, because I've never met somebody that take pills like I do, and I'm a pretty young dude. There's no reason why I should be taking pills like this. And I just shared that with him. His response, just like it was when we had the first talk, was, you already know what I'm gonna say, bro. You already know I don't agree with you taking these pills and stuff. So I drink my tea and stuff. And I just shook my head and was like, this is why I don't give a damn about talking about anything to anybody other than in this phone. You are so fucking stupid, dude. I did not say, hey, I found out about where my migraines come from. By the way, I'm still taking pills, even if I do find out what's going on with me. No, dude, this is all because I don't want to take these pills anymore. If I don't take these pills, brother, I won't be able to function. These are concussion-based migraines. There is no tea that's going to cure this. There is no oil or whatever the fuck you think is going to work. That, brother, I've been where you are now. I've already done that stuff. You know how much shit I stole from Walgreens and all these other damn stores, putting my freedom on the line just to find something to get rid of these shits. Sorry if that alerted y'all, but again, there be shit in here like whatever. But I've been where he is. See, my brother, he gets on the shit because it's trendy. I was on this shit in 2013 because I got sick and tired of, man. So again, and that was the same thing about my cousin Derek. When he texts me, hey man, I'm thinking about you. And, I was like, yeah, man, I think about you too, bro. I'm hoping everything is okay. Everything all right between your girl. And it's almost like almost like AI or something generated this biblical answer of like, yeah, man, I'm good. I'm trusting in God. Everything is going to be okay. He got me. I'm trusting in him fully, though. I'm just like, oh my fucking goodness, dude. Like, This shit is killing me. It's killing me. It's killing me. And I don't like the feeling of feeling like I'm smarter than everybody. I'm more intelligent than everybody. My thing is, what people like me, what they can relate, they're going to be like, how the fuck did this happen? You mean to tell me nobody cares about some of the shit that I care about to the point where they'll talk about it at work, or, you know, I don't know. I have no idea, but that's what's going on, you know. I sit there a lot of times, y'all, and I mock these dudes behind their backs, because if I did to their face, you know, they would get mad, they would laugh, and that's it. In that order, they'd be mad and then they would laugh. I've mocked people to their own faces back when I was like in my early 20s, you know, because I used to, you know, just mock everybody that I knew in my own personal life, and they would, you know, laugh, but they would be like, bro, man, fuck you, bro. So trust me, I know I could sear into you niggas' chest with my humor, but unfortunately for y'all don't get that side. Cause trust me, if I was still cool with them, I would probably find a moment, which I normally do it with, just in my conversation, as far as like, if I'm talking to George and I'll say something like, yeah, man, you know, so, and you know, for some reason, bro, I don't really feel like talking about it no more, bro. Everybody giving me the Caesar syndrome. What is the Caesar syndrome? Caesar syndrome, bro. Hey, bro, I get it though. Hey, I get it. Hey, trust me. I know. I already know. That nigga will be dying laughing. George will be dying, because he'll be like, you sound just like him. I know. And you see how I talk, I use George's voice. So I do this stuff in their faces. But, you know, if I was to do it and show them how phony they are. Hey, Caesar. Yeah, hey, what's up, my man? Hey, why did the chicken cross the road? I don't even know, bro. Go ahead and tell me, bro. Go ahead and tell me, my man. Because he wanted to cluck on the other side. Hey, bro, you a funny ass nigga, bro. That's what they sound like. And both of them right there, they'll be laughing, but they'll be mad than a motherfucker. So, you know, the whole point of that is like, the retardation virus is just, even my own family members, it's like, and I told my brother, like, dude, I didn't say I want to keep taking the pills. I said that I might get some help to get off the pills. Jesus Christ. He didn't reply, which I don't expect him to. And this is why, again, I knew when my brother died, I had to just accept my family for the simpletons that they are. I have to accept that. When I come around them, I can't do all this talking. I can't. If I start coming around, like, it's all like with my own car and stuff like that, you know, then eventually they might see, you know, this more animated version of myself. But I know for a fact I can't talk like this around them, because they don't know nothing. So, I feel really good about that, man. It's already lifted a lot off my shoulders in regards to knowing why my head is hurting, instead of taking all of these precautions, and then I'm sitting here like, why does my head keep hurting? I'm not even drinking a lot of, I love lemonade. I drink the classic lemonade I love lemonade, but I know what it does to my body in regards to just the extra fat, extra body fat. which to me is nothing, but, you know, to the average person. But to me, I'm just so I'm like, man, why am I getting headaches? Is it the sugar? I've been drinking 0-calorie drinks. Man, is it the heat? Man, is it no, it's the fact that you've been hitting your fucking head too goddamn much. And you are almost in your mid-30s and you're still feeling the pain from that. And you got to take these pills because there are just some times where that pain gets worse than other times. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I'm cool with that until I get it fixed. Because like I told y'all, either the pills or the weed was gonna have to kill me to stop. Because I don't drink, I don't pop pills, is you know those type of pills. But no, I don't do that stuff. So if I couldn't smoke weed and tobacco, then I'm just like, oh, well, then I'm going to have to be like in the hospital where I can't do it. And then just be in that motherfucker to the point where I just experience life sober, just like jail. When you in jail, you sober-minded for the most part, and then you get out and you kind of like, damn, I love this feeling. But then you slowly get back into what you did before you went in. And then it just, yeah. That's why whatever. But anyway, back to the whole homelessness deal. So Terrell's nephew, okay? This is a kid that grew up by himself with his mother, experienced a lot of name calling from his mother. And so when Terrell came into his life permanently, he took a liking to Terrell because of Terrell's taste in music, because of the dreadlocks, because of the smoking and just the free spirit and all of that shit. So that's why by me coming over there and removing his stuff out of there, that really shook him up. Rodents being attacked. You never know, man. You have to jump out of here and just say those words. Can I help you? Can I help you? But he knew at the time, like, bro, I'm not trying to bully you or anything like that. Like, I'm a man's man, bro. I'm chilling with the fellas. I ain't even trying to son you like that, bro. Ain't nothing like that. And so immediately his sister started to experience a lot of discomfort, and a lot of it came from my character based off of my headaches. When I'm always tired and drowsy and all of that stuff, I know who I can be, who I should be. But because of the drowsiness from all the pills and low energy and very moody and short fuse, like very impatient, I really came off as an asshole. And this is what I talked about when I mentioned your friends talking about you when you're not around. And I would expect Terrell, and he knew I expected it, to say, hey sis, it ain't nothing wrong with him. He be having these headaches. So, he just in a lot of pain. When the average person hears about headaches, they don't think about these type of headaches. They think about headache like, oh, I'm driving home from work. I got a headache because I want to sit down and get out my work clothes and take a shower, and I feel better. That's what they think. They don't understand, like, Oh shit, but what kind of headaches the nigga got where he just always, like, seem like he having the life force drained out of him? That's when you then say, oh, he got, like, sports concussion headaches. Like, he got something wrong with his brain. That's where that comes into play. Being able to actually speak on your friend and actually, you know, in some ways take up for them. Defend them. And defend their honor when they're not around to do it themselves. And I expected Terrell to do that, and he knew I expected that. As far as like, yeah, man, like, but I be telling it ain't like you ain't mad or nothing. You just, and I'm like, yeah, bro, like I appreciate that because I'm not, and I don't want her thinking that I'm trying to bully her son and all of that shit. That's not what I'm doing. So, her jealousy started to really take over. And when her jealousy took over, she did not want the boy in the room no more. See, because what started happening was she would hear the excitement and all of the conversations we were having, all the laughing we were having. And before I got there, this was all done in her room, where she's smoking blunts as a female, and she got this ugly, nasty ass cough, smoker's cough. Horrible for a female. Never heard no shit like that in my life. Y'all know them people that cough on weed, like the first couple coughs are real, but then they do this thing like, like they just, you know, yeah. That's what she would do. And it was very annoying, loud, and obnoxious. So she hear us in there being dudes, and of course, like, you know, being mentally retarded. She didn't like that. So she would, you know, basically, you know, instigate her son to, hey, don't go in there with them. She just make up shit. Don't go in there with them and stuff like that. Now, Tarek is hearing that me and Terrell want to make these moves, want to do this in life, want to do that. He's growing up with the opposite mindset of like, I want to rap, I want to sell weed, I ain't trying to get no job, because he's retarded. So Terrell he has a friend to friend, buddy relationship with his nephew. So when his nephew's sitting there talking like that, any uncle or adult in their right mind would be like, first of all, you ain't smoking with me. Second of all, you not gonna tell me you finna do all of this. See, I would say something like, man, your mama don't go to work, my nigga, in hopes that you end up selling dope. What parent says, man, I'm going to work every day for my kids because I hope my kids grow up to rap and sell some weed? Zero. And that would hit him harder, and Terrell would be sitting there kind of like, damn, now that was very pulverizing, but, you know, why I can't come up with nothing like that. See, where me and Terrell's friendship started to sour was that the intelligence that I'm spewing, you know, and that means across the board. That means money. That means the you know, as far as knowledge, like Christmas, like all these holidays and shit, all the different stuff I would say about women and relationships, all of this different stuff, all of that different shit, that would start to make him jealous, like in a way that is like, I'm just some goof that play video games and got dreadlocks. And that's what he was. He was somebody that things on the outside made him more of who he was than what's on the inside. So I'm bald-headed. I literally went bald-headed, like shaved everything off just because I didn't care. Like, I just was like, I don't give a damn about all this shit on my head and the hair on my face. And of course they made a big deal like, oh my God, you look weird. I'm like, grow up. Grow the fuck up, dude. It's not that serious. It's not serious at all. Hair. You know, and Terrell would just be sitting there stroking his dreads like a little female. Like, this shit was just like gross to look at. So And I ain't got nothing against nigga with dreads for any smart ass out there wouldn't be like, it's not like you got a problem with nigga with dread. Bro, I had long hair before. But I used to pull it out because of the whole migraine shit. I used to pull my teeth out. I used to do all types of wild ass shit, man. But I learned about, and I know, and I've been around dudes that have long hair because they have long hair. And then I know dudes that are just way too, like, too girly. You know what I mean? Like, they're growing their hair out for this and that, and they want to style it and do all of this feminine ass shit. These be some of the ugliest niggas you run into. It's just whatever. So, this little nigga is hearing about all of the shit me and Terrell want to do, right? And that's impressionable to a dude like that. Oh, y'all gonna get y'all own place, man. I can't wait till me and my friend get our own place. And you know, he's just like his mother, like a complete scumbag. You know, the way he carry himself is that of just poor character. It was actually said one time when I went to the store, and we go to the store, right? And you know, one of them black, you know, what we call them here in America, these Africans. The black dude, we all walk in the store, and Terrell and Terry, they, you know, walking side by side. And this dude, he knows them. And he's like, oh, hey, how you doing, man? Hey, guys. And he goes, man, is that your son? And Terrell's like, oh, him? Nah, that's my nephew. He go, man, you're a bad influence on him. Now, I had to mention his race because where he's from, because they typically call shit how it is. They don't have the DNA to beat around the bush. Okay? Some black ass African nigga was like, you know, was just like, you a bad influence on him. And he was like, why you say that? And he was like, I'm just saying, man, you a bad influence on him. That's all I'm saying. And I'm standing right there, and I'm just like, well, you know. and again, those are like half victories, because it's like, you don't like to see your partner get called out like that by anybody, and you not being able to defend him. But it was true. So I had to sit there and be like, oh, well, I have told you about your conduct, buddy. But you just think you so damn cool. So it's moments like that leave a bad taste in a nigga's mouth. That will leave a bad taste in his mouth. So, Tom, you know, went on and, COVID ended up happening. And so his sister is coming in and out of the room and asking every now and again, like, hey, what's up with your car? What's up with your car? And I, by that time, was like, hey, look, my little brother is, you know, about to, you know, leave the house, high school, whatever, and he needs a car. I don't have, you know, because COVID had happened and everything like that, and just everything stopped. So you know, my dad was telling me, like, hey, man, look, I'm trying to put a building over there, bro. So you need to let me know what you're going to do with this so we can get this shit up out of here, or, you know, let me know, you know, before I have to do something. And I was like, man, just give it to Jerry. Just give it to Jerry, bro. And so my dad then gives me $600 for it. Jeremiah now is driving it. He ends up, you know, it ends up, you know, running bad on him and stuff. So by that time, you know, he had it for a little while, but that's what happened with the car. So I told her, I said, yeah, man, look, I gave it to my little brother. We gonna, you know, we're gonna figure something out. So she's wanting me to just prove something, like, and that was the thing. I don't have time to play games. I don't have time to play prove it to me. I don't have time for that. So I was like, look, man, it basically, you know, she was telling Terrell, like, she just, again, her jealousy started just showing itself in a way that I've explained this to y'all about the people at my job. When you are the real bigger person in the whole ordeal, their nature will start to show itself. Normally a disgusting version that they've been trying to hold inside of themselves. If you are non-confrontational, and you show no sign of a willingness to engage with this person, some of these people, if not all of them, will lose their fucking minds. It would drive them insane if you do not give them a reaction. I've seen it on a multitude of levels, including my parents. Not when you sitting there with a smirk on your face like a smart ass, but when you sitting there quiet like, what the hell is this person's problem? Why they acting a fool like this? You supposed to be older than me, and you sitting here flailing your arms and spitting all over the damn place, veins popping out your neck. To quote J-Dog, like, come on, man, go like sit down somewhere. I even told my dad, I said, Dad, I didn't expect you to act like this, bro. When you get like this, you start acting like a woman. You start acting like a female, for real. And when I found out that my father has, the spirit of a woman, he's a mama's boy. He'll even tell you, like, I love my mama. I love my mama. Black dudes, they think something is cute about that. And when I came into the knowledge, that was one of the other things I found. Like, bro, that ain't being no mama's boy, even being a daddy's boy. Nigga, you supposed to belong to God as an individual. Man or female. You ain't supposed to have the spirit of your mama and your daddy. That's why you fucked in the head. You got their nature running through you. Not the spirit of righteousness. That's why I told y'all, when I found out about meditation, I personally walked up to my dad, because when I found out that it exchanges your parents' spirit for God's spirit, God want to know if you ain't no coward ass nigga. And he want to know, are you willing to check your parents at the front door with their beliefs and their efforts as a parent? If you willing to even do that out of respect for them, for God, and for yourself, I don't know if God will or will not have something, but I received something special for doing that. Why'd I do it? Because I wasn't shit as a kid. Failing in high school all the time. Had summer school every year. AEP, ISS, you name it. So I just wanted to be good at something. Fortunately for me, that something is life. Not book smarts, but life. So when me and Terrell had established the plan, his sister now is frustrated because of our friendship, because of my character as being a cool, calm, collected guy. And Terrell is telling me, like, bro, she's gonna try you. He was like, I didn't do shit to her when she tried me. She just likes that type of stuff. And I said, bro, it don't surprise me. Sorry for that, y'all. It don't surprise me. It don't. But if and when she does, I can't promise you I won't slap the fuck out of her. I can't. But I'm just letting you know I'm aware. And so he would have these looks, because Terrell thought of me as more like my brother. Like a no-nonsense type of dude. We not talking it out. And that's how he would perceive me based off of the house that I come from. where Terrell would say that I'm more prone to want to fight and all of that, which history's shown he being a daytime drunk, he'll be more willing to fight before I am. And I already told y'all, dudes that can't fight normally have a problem with wanting to fight all the time. That, or you just a bloodthirsty goddamn wild hooligan. I'm telling y'all, bro, I be in here talking like this here, loud, lights on and everything, moving, and you had a nerve to stop talking and hear one of these things head butting up against the wood underneath here trying to bite a hole in here. Like, it be so, and this normally be the baby possums. They be so desperate, and they just break all protocol of what they mama and daddy teach them about hunting, and they do some of the stupidest shit. They'll be in the tree just sitting there contemplating on, like, should I just like jump on top of this structure? No, you better the fuck not. I'm gonna launch you like I did that one rat when I first moved back here. A big ass rat. It was storming. A big old rat had the nerve to be like, maybe if I can just jump. And as soon as he jumped up, I was sitting in the chair. He just jumped up and like planked onto the guy on the side of the tent, and I just smacked that tent as hard as I could, and you just hear he just hit the bushes and just, I was like, yeah, nice try, but so she's mad and she's telling Terrell, hey man, look, he's just using you because of again, I had to, I think once or twice I had to talk to her because I couldn't depend on Terrell to do it. So what I would do is go in there. I think I did it twice. I walk in there and I say, hey, look, I know you think I'm mean and all of this stuff, but you know, she tried so many things, including what a woman would call to her sexual assault. Same thing on me. Where me and Terrell was in the middle of a conversation, and she walks in the room and just walks right in front of the television. Me and him were playing a game. Walk right in front, and then she goes sit on my lap. And as much pain as I be in, I was like, man, hey, man, watch out. No. So when I blew off like that, she just did not want me in the house no more, because now she got somebody in the house that actually just kind of like she can sense that, yeah, when you calling your son stupid and dumb and all of that, I may not say nothing, but it's like having your dad in the house where all that playing and shit, y'all better sit down somewhere and act like y'all got some sense. So I'm not trying to tell you how to dictate your house, but you guilty because you know what you doing is foul. So now you trying to sow dissension. Oh, Terrell, he just using you. And I was like, Terrell, if you gonna let this basic ass manipulation tactic work, bro, you just as dumb as she is. I wouldn't put it past you, boy. So she's telling him, hey, look, we gonna sabotage this shit, right? This is what she does. She goes, hey, the lease is up in November or September, December, something like that. And she goes, I don't mind, brother, if you come, we'll work something out with rent and all of that. But she was charging him $600, by the way, for I think a $1,300 house that they were living in, 2-bedroom and shit like that. Just overcharging the shit out of him. But I think what she was doing was using his money to pay for something else, and she just paid the entire rent herself because she worked at a bank. So, and he knew he was being fucked. This is the same person that, if I not have already said it, he had went to the Art Institute in Houston, right? And she told him one day, hey, make sure my son get up for school and get on the bus, right? Terrell being the person that goes to bed very late, I'm talking like just like I do now, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the morning. He woke up at like 7 to go pee. He cracked the door open and the boy's still in the bed watching SpongeBob. And he goes, bro, what are you doing? And the little retard was like, what? And he was like, bro, you are supposed to be on the bus. And he was like, oh man, my sister gonna fucking, man, boy. So she goes straight psychotic, bro, into just some type of like just some type of wild ass, uncontrollable, unnecessary rage. My son was supposed to get on the bus, and my son just started trying to play super mom. And you know what she did? She kicked this nigga out. Everything this nigga worked for in that art institute, gone. Just like that. She just kicks him out. And she did it because she knew she could. It was a power trip. So she has to come back home, right? He comes all the way back home, and he just continues to do what he does, like sit in a room, play the game, chill with his dad, blah, 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 right? By the way, his mom ended up passing away. So, I agreed with him like a man, but yeah, anyway, so his sister, I guess, apologizes, or he goes to Brookshire or whatever. He gets out of the house again. So when he gets out of the house again, I think he lived with somebody, I think his aunt or something like that. And then he went back to his sister's house in Sugarland. And this is whenever I show up. So he's already had a run-in with her. He's even said they've even fought before. So she says that, like, hey, I don't want him to go. And he does not tell me anything. He thinks of it as, well, I don't want to get in the middle of it. I don't want to be spreading gossip. Bro, that's just some coward ass shit you're doing. Because I have to now find an alternative if none of this shit works out, right? So COVID hits and everything like that. I'm sick as a dog, man. And I actually told myself I'm ready to die. I was in the kitchen sweating profusely. And I was just hunched over the sink like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm tired of this. I'm ready. I'm just ready for it to be over. Well, I fainted on the floor in the kitchen. But I didn't die. And I end up getting a job. Now, what's funny is that one night I had a real bad migraine, right? She did try me, as a matter of fact. She got in my face and yelled for no reason. And I told y'all, I am so aware of the pain I could put on a person that I have to have a reason, probable cause, to put my hands on you, right? People that can really fight, they have an understanding of, I will break your fucking neck by punching you. So I don't want to go there. I don't. I just rather not, right? Call it scared. Call it whatever. But that's what happens. She's in my face. She's screaming, hollering. And Terrell's sitting there the entire time playing the game. He doesn't get up and say, hey, chill out, chill, stop. No, he just sits there and plays the game like a little kid. Because his thing is, I don't want to get into it. So, just again, so cowardly. So, I did nothing to her. Instead, I called my dad because she was telling me, call your daddy. Call your daddy. Call your daddy. You need to get out of here. So I called my dad. And my dad pissed me off. He was like, why would I want you on my floor? See, this is before my brother died. So he was very negligent in a lot of ways when it come to parenting. I don't want you on my floor. Why would I want you at my floor? And I told him, I was like, hey man, look, I ain't want to come back. She's telling me to do this because she's going to call your ass anyway. So I'm just doing this to just check all my boxes, man. Shut all that other shit up. So I hung up in his face. We didn't talk for some time. I ended up getting a really bad headache one night. And I'm on Facebook. And I'm just looking. And I find this thing called a CPN. And I look into it or whatever. And what they're saying is that they will make documents that will make you seem as if you make 3 times your income so that you can get pre-approved for an apartment in like 48 hours, right? So I go in the room and I knock on the door because I was in the living room. That's where I slept. And I go and I tell Terrell, hey man, look, this looks legit. Are you willing to try it? And it shocked me. But he says, yeah man, let's do it. Now, I call the guy. Guy answers the phone. He goes, yeah man, it's legit. You just send me the money. I'll make the documents. And you can come pick up the keys in 48 hours. So we fill out all the information. Next thing we know, we get the place in 48 hours. You want to know how I know that worked? Other than me actually living it? It's because I helped my little brother do the same thing. And he got an apartment at the last minute. So I called Terrell while we're at work. What winds up happening with the jobs was I didn't get on at the KFC that he was at. I got on at the Taco Bell right across the street. They hired me like when everything kind of got back up to speed. They asked me, did I want to work before KFC called back. So me and him it's like a 5-minute trip home, switch, get the car, whatever, or I just walk, or he walks, and we just that's how it happened. So now, instead of having a fair opportunity to save my money and me and him start doing all of this, right? I now have money to once again, start trying to find out what's happening with these headaches. Okay? Now, Terrell pays all the money. I think I paid like $250 or something like that. Gave away my whole first check. And we get approved and everything. And when he tells his sister that we got this place, this woman was pissed. She was pissed because she, first of all, never heard of no shit like that before, because she knows most things like that take damn near a month to get approved. when Terrell was like, no, we got a place out in Houston, you know, $750 a month, blah, blah, blah. She was like, I'm proud of you, brother, but I'm thinking he using you and all of that. And I told Terrell, like, and she was like, why don't you call your dad and like throw it in his face? Tell him you got your own place. I was like, man, I'm not like that. I don't do shit like that. I don't roll like that. She got mad at that just because I didn't want to call my dad and throw it in his face and all that. I was like, man, I don't do shit like that. Excuse me. So she's pissed, but has to cover it up like she, you know, she's happy and all of that. So we get the keys. I move into that motherfucker immediately. Slept on the floor, everything. So it took Terrell a couple of days out, you know, because he had a dresser and a bed and all that other shit. So it took him a couple of days. I was already there. Now I'm out of his sister's house. We're out. Her son and her living in there by herself. Okay. So here we are. We're in this apartment. And immediately, I'm not able to pay my complete half. Why? Because when I got my first, you know, check, my couple checks and everything like that, first of all, it was not a lot of money. And Terrell seemed like he was doing it from a position of principle of like, yeah, man, I already paid, bro. It's all good. I already paid. And I would tell him like, well, okay, well, take this, you know, to pay for something that you want or something like that, because I can't pay the complete half or whatnot. I'm buying Advil. I'm buying migraine relief oils, and I'm buying all of this stuff. Okay. So immediately we were met with bullshit, and it got to the point where, you know, after COVID, everything's starting to pick back up. So at this point, me and Terrell are not doing too good, right? And I actually ended up going to KFC. I went to the, you know, just went right across the street because when I was working at Taco Bell, once again, having these headaches put me in positions where it would make people think that I was an asshole on top of like a bully. Like I'm seeking out drama and stuff like that. And at times I would have to tell Terrell, hey man, I gotta go to the hospital because these headaches are killing me, dude. Everything I'm taking, I'm taking, you know, the bottle of 200 Advil gel, liquid gels. I'm taking all of those. I'm just shoving this shit in my body. I've already fucked up my body. By this point, I've already done this for a while with the pills and, you know, dealing with the fatigue. And that really is what led me to stretching and doing what I call treatment, which is laying on this hard plastic ball and getting these knots out of my back and all of that stuff. All of that came from just, you know, the after effects of a headache, the body aches and shit. So we get to a point where one day I was in the room, and by this point I was always trying to explain to Terrell, hey man, I just want to take some time out to acknowledge the fact that I appreciate everything that you're doing, dog, because I cannot hold up my end of the deal for whatever, you know, my ailments and shit. And I don't want you walking around here thinking like, oh, CJ just using me. CJ don't appreciate shit that I'm doing. Bro, it pains me that like that you got to pay for everything and I can't, you know, I can't be the partner that I was supposed to be in this thing. You know what I mean? So COVID is dying down. All of a sudden, Terrell's sister moves to Atlanta. Why? Because I believe that she felt that by me finding the place, getting out of there, everything's legit. She felt like she got checkmated, or however you want to say. So she felt like that was her next best move to get back at the situation. Not even me or Terrell, because we gone. She just wanted to get back at the situation, so she just up and moved to Atlanta. I know why. And so me and Terrell were there, whatever. During this time, I had got a dog from the shelter, you know, because I've always been somebody that my brain, I like to do two things at once. And then a lot of times I do it even against my will. But, you know, something happened that really made me feel bad. I ended up getting a dog, and one day I ended up going to work, and I was working at a barbecue joint. The job at KFC, when we had a freeze out here in Texas, in Houston, I remember telling Terrell before this freeze happened, in a joking way, but almost like, again, that Sixth Sense type of shit, where I was like, we had the boy name was Brandon, and man, dude, there is something in here. There's a mosquito in here. I know it. And I remember telling Terrell, like, hey man, I guarantee you, you know, the dude's always late, yada 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 yada. He's, you know, I was like, I guarantee you, bro, that dude gonna end up taking my job. And I said it in a way like, like I still say to this day, like, but because he's liked, because he, you know, you know, yeah, I was like, he gonna be the one to take my job. Like, so the day came where the guy at Bush had asked me to do something. He was what they would call the kitchen manager, whatever the fuck that meant. And he was telling me, hey man, you know, I need you to do something. And again, the migraines played a part in it, now that I look back on it. But I can call it for what it was, because even though I mention all of these, every time I mention headaches, right, that still doesn't take away from the self-discipline that I had to do what's right. It never took away from me being unable to make the right decision to keep a job. That has never happened. But I add the migraines because it's the effect that it had on my attitude. It's the effect that it would leave on my face of I'm annoyed. And yeah, really, that's all it was. Is like, this dude look like I'm getting on his nerves. What I you know, eventually one day ended up hearing is called the resting bitch face. You know, that's just what my face looks like when I'm serious. I mean, not when I'm serious, or when I'm just a relaxed face. So, when it came time, you know, the guy ended up trying to, he too was, you know, gay. And him being gay, he asked me one day, he was like, Charles, can you clean up something? And back then I still, had a lot of some of my pet peeves that I have today, which is when these big people come inside of the store to investigate and inspect and all of that shit, don't then try to make my day harder by making me do a bunch of dumb shit that we were not doing before this whole thing kicked off. It agitates me to do that shit. I've always kind of hoped I wasn't in the damn building when they do that. Ouch. When they do that type of shit. Boy, talk about elusiveness. I could have broke my whole goddamn ankle. Whew, shit, that hurt. But, it never got in the way of me making the right decision. So when the dude asked me to do what he asked me to do, I did it. But I had a look on my face of like, this motherfucker, bro, like, you really trying me, dude. You really trying me. Like, you henpecking at every little thing I'm doing. Like, so this dude goes and tells the manager, which is a 23-year-old gay dude, hey man, he not doing nothing what I'm asking him to do and all of this other stuff. And he I remember like we had other, how what they said, like the other store managers and all that stuff were there. So they're there and they're kind of, expecting me to act a certain way, which that's just not, I don't know. I don't do that. I'm sorry. I'm not acting like a butt. I'm not acting like I'm seeking problems or anything. I just don't like the whole, oh my God, here they come. Everybody, tuck your shirt in and do all, man, I'm not doing that bullshit. So, when the freeze happened, that's the note that I left on, right? Something that I didn't think would be a big deal. But this is when I found out that, like, I can't afford to have bad days, headache or no headache, because people have he works very, very well, but we'd rather do without him because we don't know what makes him tick. When I told y'all, it's easy to fuck with the person that's standing all alone on the hill than to find the person in the group. Does that make sense? And I ain't standing on the hill just because I want to be a jackass and stand alone. It's just what I believe in, the way I behave, what I do and don't tolerate, sets me apart. And so here goes the freeze. And by this point, I have not made any decent money. The money that my dad gave me for the car, the $600. Of course, I used that to help out and stuff like that. But it got to a point where I didn't have any. And then with the stimulus check, when that happened, the $1,400. I also used that to try to find out what was wrong with me with these headaches. Sorry about that. Anyway, and so that money got gobbled up very quickly. I went to chiropractor. I bought all types of stuff online to try to get rid of the headaches. Man, I tried everything. And, so when that money ran out, now I'm still looking for a job and all of this shit. So we get to a point where I'm not talking to my family. Like, I don't really have a relationship with them at all. My mother comes out of nowhere and tries some shit that, I had to shut that shit down immediately. But During this time, Terrell was talking to his nephew over the headset. And during this time, Terrell was giving them updates like, yeah, you know, we struggling with the bills, I'm paying and all of this, but we still making it. The thing about the dog that I felt bad about was that I ended up getting the dog and I had the dog in the car, and the dog just tore and it was his car, tore just tore his car up, man. Bit chunks out of the headrest, all types of shit, right? So, and no, I didn't pay the pet deposit. See, I'm gonna acknowledge every time I did something buttheaded, every time I did something that kind of worsened our situation, because that's the only way that I know how to tell the story. So when that happened, I was like, man, I took pictures and I called him. I remember he was shaving, and I showed him what happened, and he started crying, and I was like, bro, I'm so sorry. You know, I don't really do dumb shit, bro, but this one right here, I really fucked up. My bad. And so, you know, that was one of his moments where he could really point the finger at me and say, bro, you did this, because I did that. I fucked up. So I've explained this before. You know, it was an old man. Well, I'll just save that, man. At the end of the day, I returned the dog back to the shelter because it became too much. So while Terrell's talking to his nephew over the headset, he is communicating with them like, hey, it's getting tough, you know? And to them, that's like an open window of, well, see, we told you he was trying to use you. We told you it wasn't going to work out. And I'm not knowing any of this. I'm in my room most of the time in pain or whatever, chilling, and I just hear them talking. I don't know what they're talking about. And so, and you know, Terrell doesn't really show emotion as far as like something like that, where like I would come out the room and he would look at me side-eyed or something. Like, nah, I would have never knew. So he's talking to them, and his sister is like, well, I'm gonna move back because things ain't working out up here. Like, she thought basically she was gonna find some dude out there that she see on TV. She thought she was gonna find some nigga she see on TV somewhere in Atlanta, and she was gonna, you know, hit the jackpot. Thing is, you're a piece of shit. Like, till you get rid of that, you ain't gonna find nothing. At least nothing decent or sane. So, you wanna carry this shit? I ain't getting a lot. I got a whole box of pizza. Excuse me. If I just, never mind. Let me shut up. So, he ends up calling me in there one day and was like, hey man, I got something I want to ask you. And I was like, what's up? And he was like, Tarek want to know, man, if we can watch his, you know, if he can keep his stuff here so he ain't got to pay for storage, because they all coming back to Atlanta or whatever, and, you know, he just want to know if he could, you know, keep it here. And I was like, yeah, man, I ain't tripping. Like, I appreciate you, you know, asking me, bro, because I don't pay for nothing, my nigga, like, but I appreciate you just taking that into consideration. And so one day, I'm sitting there chilling at the house. Oh, and yeah, but when the freeze ended up stopping, I told her, I said, Turk, call these people real quick, man, and see these niggas, tell them we're gonna come back to work. And he calls these people, right? He called these people, and they like, yeah, man, you can come back to work, Terrell, but Charles can't. Just like that. Now, mind y'all, we ended up having one day a meeting about me and Terrell basically clowning and shit, acting a fool up there at work. Not, anything to get us fired, but just having fun. Like we friends from childhood. Like, we got all type of inside jokes and shit. So, one, like, they wanted to talk to us. They wanted to talk to us, and like, I mean, I wasn't being, because like, I don't have time, so I'm just like, all right, let's do it. So I'm sitting down, and they're going over like, yeah, we just, want you to do this and this, and if this happens, then. And so Terrell, he had a rebuttal for everything. He had something to say. And so she got to the point where she was like, Terrell, why can't you just be like Charles and say okay, and you'll fix it? Because I told y'all, even one up here at the job, I don't have time. So I just be like, all right, I'll fix it. All right, I'll fix it. All right, I'll fix it. Like, I'll just keep saying that because I don't have time. Copyright my shit. So, but I called him. I said, and he said, yeah. She said, yeah, Terrell, why you just can't say okay and just be done with it? And I was like, and I knew why, but he, these were the same people that just dropped me like a fly, and they kept Terrell. They knew Terrell would go to work drinking and all types of shit. And they got rid of me. I didn't have no write-ups or nothing. So again, that was just one of the moments of like, and I told Terrell, I'd be like, bro, you see what I'm talking? I said, bro, you see what I be talking about? I said, nigga, I ain't even been there. And I said, Terrell, didn't I tell you that nigga Brandon or whatever his name was going to end up taking this job, bro? And he's like, yeah, you called it. Yeah, you did. I was like, yeah, man. I would always tell him, I'm sorry that you got to be involved in this shit. You know what I'm saying? I apologize. I really do. You know what I mean? So I always admitted when I was doing some butt-headed dumb shit. So that's what ended up happening with that job. And so after the freeze or whatever, we get power and everything like that. And, like I said, he was on the headset talking to his nephew and his sister and stuff like that. So one day his nephew comes over to the house unannounced. This nigga then went to the airport and everything. And all of this stuff. So they come through and he come in the room. Hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up, man? What's up? And, everything was cool at first. He's in full goon attire, dreadlocks, little tight pants and all this other, the whole thing, right? So, some time go by, a couple days, and these niggas, him and his buddy from New York, okay? He drove and picked the boy up from New York. They came down here. And they sleeping in the car. And, we wake up in the morning. We get a knock at the door. And it's them. Like, what the fuck? So they come over and, close the door and chill and everything like that. They leave. And so what he's doing, right? The little boy got a car and he's selling weed and he trying to rap. I told y'all that's what he said he wanted to do. So he'll get up and then got to get in the car and go sell some weed to somebody and then come back and and this was one of the most disgusting things that I would have to witness while dealing with this dude was his nephew. Yeah, man, if I sell 80 though, but I can get to 25 for 60. but that'll be like 2 G's on top of the stizzy. And if the stizzy only got 2 G's, I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. And then Terrell be sitting there like, but you could do that though, but you could flip it, and then you could get that though, but you can still like make profit. And I'm like, oh my God, this shit is disgusting. And so me talking to God, so I was like, bro, like, I'm sick of this shit, bro. I cannot stand this crap. You not shutting this shit down or nothing. You sound like his buddy. So what did I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all about what the nigga at the gas station said? You a bad influence on him. No, I'm not. Yeah, okay. So anyway, I always had to sometime like suggest, I would say, or imply like, yo, bro, doesn't it make sense how you pay rent and all of that and you make a lot of bonehead? This nigga, the nigga at the corner store, the man knows that this boy's a fucking drunk, right? He goes, yeah, man, my business is going to shut down. I need $400. Because what Terrell likes to do is go get like $100 bills in all ones, right? And he'll just walk around and he'll like to pull out, he'll look for a reason to pull his wallet out and fan it. Shit when you can tell a nigga never had nothing. And he'll tell you, that's the justification then. Well, if somebody tell you acting an ass, I think that's when you need to stop. So I told y'all, this is how our relationship go back since we were kids. Him looking like a fucking dummy, and I just kind of like turned a blind eye to it and was just like, whatever. He's a better friend than what he's showing now. He's just a clown. He don't really know, what it means to get attention, to have attention. So just had to let that go. But at that moment, this dumb fuck goes in his wallet and actually gives this man $400, right? $400. Gives it to him. So when he told me the story, I kind of kept it in my mind like, $400 is a lot to recoup from. So I kept in mind. So then he come up to me like, yeah, man, rent, we might struggle. I might not have it or whatever, which is okay because I'm supposed to have, if not half of it, more than half, right? So I was like, yeah, I kind of knew that, bro. I said, don't you remember when you told me you gave a man $400? I said, where the hell did that money go? Because he had enough to pay for the next rent, but it was the following one that was going to get us. So when he told me that story, he knew he had it covered. But it was the following week that $400 came creeping up on his ass. And so he, I'm like, but what happened to that? He was like, oh, well, he ain't gave it to me yet. And but it's all good. I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's not okay. Give me his name and his number. I'm going to go find his ass. So he gives me his name and he writes it down on paper. Terrell writes his name down. So I go across the street and was like, hey, man, my partner, man, the dude that came in here with the dreads, he said he gave you $400 to save your building. Where the hell is that money at, my dude? We need that money now. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my store. I was like, you don't know what I'm talking about? I said, bro, this is the note right here that you wrote to him with your signature on. I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my store. I said, dude, oh, you so lucky. This glass is right here, my guy. So after I told him that broke my heart, for him to say that, he just looked at me and was like, sorry. And from there, I started trying to find somewhere else to live. We had 10 days to get out. We had this apartment for 2.5 years. We held it down for 2.5 years. His nephew and his friend, it was so disgusting. These kids would be in the house talking about one another because they were young. So they'll be saying, man, I hate the way Nyrese do this, that, and the other. And then Nyrese, man, I hate the way Tarek do this, that. So it was a bunch of infighting going on between them two. His sister was salivating at the mouth from all of this because she got a chance to say, yeah, you see, brother, I told you he was using you. I told you he wasn't your friend. So it's another classic case of I wish I had multiple versions of myself living to send one to just really get rid of these type of people, because they're scum. They're scum. So I then land a job at Walmart, something I never thought I would do. And when I landed the job at Walmart, I was so angry. And this is why I was so disgusted with God and everything, because I was like, I start the job at Walmart and I'm homeless. I told y'all I usually start jobs with no money, you know. But this time I started the job with no money and I'm homeless. So I'm working this job and I'm fixing baskets. I'm, collecting the baskets in the parking lot. And it seemed like, of course, I was being fucked with by one of the managers up here. Because there was all, whatever. Whatever. So, I was getting off late at night and didn't know where to go. Didn't have anywhere to go. I had a basket full of my belongings that I had to push inside of the building where they collect baskets at. And I would have to keep it there while at work. And, of course, I was told you can't do this, you can't do that. A lot of people thought my homelessness was, not as serious as it was. But it was serious. Still, I make it to work. I'm on time. All of this stuff. But the migraines, of course, are still, I would say, about 50% of my existence, because I'm still experiencing just bad physical condition and all of that just makes a simple work day so stressful and long, and just, it shouldn't be that way, But again, the concussion migraines, look at that, money finna just fall right out of my pocket as I'm walking. It shouldn't be that way, And because of that, life is just very difficult. So I didn't know what to do. And so when Walmart would close at 11 o'clock, I would, be collecting the baskets. And what I would do was I would kind of, close myself in with the baskets. And I had bought a cot. And I would sleep inside the area where we kept the baskets in Walmart. And because of, the headaches and not being able to go to sleep and all these different things, there were days where I literally was going off of 1 hour of sleep, if that. I would have to hope I pass out. You know, so Terrell has now moved in to the other guy's house. We're out of the apartment. Tarek and his friend, sadistically, if that's the right word, they just follow Terrell. They just follow him right on over there to Tim's house. And so after I got done, you know, confronting the man about it at the store, him saying, you know, get out of the store and all of that, and I told him, I was like, man, you know, you can't be doing people like this out here in these streets, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he just kind of blew me off. So that was one of the many things that he started to do. Some of the other things included things like he had horrible smelling feet. Okay? And this was one of the things that his sister used to, you know, tease him about, was the smell of his feet. And when you're somebody that drinks every day, Four Locos, and you eating candy and eating processed food all the time, and, you know, all of that, you like spicy food, so all of that stuff goes to the bottom of your feet, and it basically needs somewhere to escape. So instead of sweaty, nasty, stinky underarms, all of that stuff goes down to your feet. So he knew this, and it was kind of, again, one of those things that he would try to gloss over as if that was not something that would be considered a bad trait to have as a person. So, excuse me, y'all. I'm, you know, of course, you know, I'll be on the lookout. But anyway, so that was, you know, basically that was pretty much the start of everything going downhill. By him giving this dude this money, the dude never paid the money back. So my COVID check was all spent up. The first job that I had, after I lost the job, you know, during the freeze or whatever, I had got hired on at a place called Atomic Bomb or something like that. It was basically like a bootleg Hooters. And at that same time, I had got a job at Family Dollar. So, you know, I'm trying to juggle both of them the best way that I can. And one day I had went to work at the Atomic place, and this place was ran horribly. And one of the females up there, she was the daughter of the people who owned the store. And she, you know, because I know what type of, and this is where I started to gain that, the attitude of, I'm not about to go through this whole acting like I'm confused, acting like I don't know, you know, and all that. I'm not going through all of that. You know, when you're the new guy, or, you know, just the new person on the job, you kind of expect to make mistakes and stuff like that. And I know that. So I'm always, you know, I'm not very talkative and stuff. And mind you guys, the headaches as well. But I told y'all, I still live in reality. I still have a sense of, okay, bro, you gotta, you know, look alive, you know, look like you ready and stuff like that. But not so much as if, like, I'm not on the front lines fighting, at Vietnam or some shit. Like it's not that serious. So when she saw me not taking what she was telling me serious, as far as like, I would just be staring at her like, the way you talk, what you telling, it's all pretty messed up. And so I had made a comment telling her, like, she was like, you don't know the menu yet? Mind y'all, this place don't even have a menu. We know what to cook because we have it like on the assembly line, but there is no menu. This place is basically like you call in, place an order, and then we have to make the food that, but we didn't have something to study, and I would tell her like, man, I'm only here Saturday, Sunday. That was another thing. I'm only there 2 days out of the week. You sold the job to me as if I'm gonna be, working full time and shit like that. Now, mind y'all, I know I said I had a second job, but it was, you basically get a chance to gauge and see who's gonna actually put you on the schedule as somebody that, okay, you are now established here, and Family Dollar did that more than this place did. So, after I had explained, like, yo, man, I got a whole other job. Like, I'm gonna learn this stuff in due time. You quizzing me and stuff like that, like we kids in school. Like, that's not how I get down, bro. Like, I know, I told you, because she was like, I thought you told me you had kitchen experience. Just making it sound like I don't know what I'm doing. But because, again, I keep a cool head, when things get crazy and stuff like that. I'm just gonna, wait until the opportunity for me to do something to then correct whatever needs to be corrected. I'm not gonna get all crazy and wild. Like, for example, Caesar. I've witnessed this dude several times at work do shit like, hey, Caesar, we need a remake. I need a medium pepperoni pizza. Oh, for real? Wait, Janet, I thought you said that, I made that already. No, I don't have it. It didn't come out the oven. You for real? Hold on, let me look on the screen real quick. Yeah, I just need a remake. Caesar, that's all. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure it out because I know I ain't tripping. See, saying all of this extra shit instead of that, and that's why she enjoys working with me, because she knows she can just tell me what to do and I'm gonna do it. I ain't even gonna ask no questions, even if I know I did it. But see, when you doing all that extra jaw jacking, that's the cushion that you receive. Like, just like today when she told him, like, you got to be up here tomorrow at 11 o'clock, right? Not 12. Because I told you, he one of these casually late ass niggas. Used to come in 30 minutes late and then try to jump on the line. Where we at, Charles? Like, now, mind you, I'll tell him because you just came in. I understand you late. I understand most dudes and most people are just slackers. So I was, we start at the top. My problem was whenever he would come out of the bathroom or he would come from somewhere and be like, all right, man, where we at? And it'd be like one thing on the screen and he'll grab a handful of something to put on. I'm like, bro, I got it. It's just one thing. I know you've been gone. I know you feel like you might be feeling like you was being somebody was looking for you and all of that, and you no, bro, it's okay, it's all right, I got it. And that's where he started getting stale with me, like, okay then, because that shit work with other people. I understand on a human level, like, bro, when I go to the bathroom and go shit, I don't come back and expect, all right, yeah, where we at, y'all? What we gonna do? I just sit behind and be like, okay, y'all seem like y'all got it. But other than that, I'm not finna jump on the line and just fuck up somebody's rhythm. And boy, I got some shit to say about some shit. Oh, at work. Ugh. So anyway, she tells me she started, talking and raising her voice and all of that. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, and I forgot about the job, the Taco Bell on Bissonnette. I worked at a Taco Bell on Bissonnette. If y'all don't know what Bissonnette is, for y'all don't know it from Houston, Bissonnette is the host. That's where prostitution takes place. But that's beside the point. But that's where that area is, and I worked over there. And this was during like the whole they're not letting people inside of stores and all of that shit, right? And so I remember coming into work, right? I'm new, and I come in and I know how to do things in the restaurant business. I know that if there are older people in there, that they have a way of doing things, that you are my elder. So my job is to aid you. If you tell me to do something, I'm going to do it. Because I know in your mind, it's necessary. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the chain of command in these restaurant businesses. And, you know, I was just, you know, doing my thing or whatever. And they would say things like, you know, your mask, put your mask on, put your mask on. And I was somebody who was already I understood the programming that was going on. And I would tell these people, hey man, all of this shit gonna be over and done with. This is not gonna last forever. And they're gonna, you know, we're gonna have a period without it, and it's gonna come back, and you know, all this, yeah, I already know. But see, you can't get people to understand that when they're in work mode. You can tell them people that shit in the free world and they'll agree with you. But when they step inside that building, they become a bot. A soulless bot. And so I had told a little Chinese lady, I said, hey man, look, I'm going to tell you like this, and I ain't being disrespectful. I'm not like that. That's not in my nature to be disrespectful like that. But leave me alone about this mask stuff, because nobody's in the building. You guys are sitting here talking to each other, and then y'all slip it up on y'all face after you know, realizing that it's not on your face anymore. Like, I see this game, and I'm not playing it, bro. Stop fucking with me about this mask stuff. So one day I'm writing down my schedule, and the chick walked up to me and she showed me some video. She said, look at this. And it's a video, and she's like, you see, they're watching you on the cameras. And I took a deep breath and was like, I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. I told you to leave me alone about this mask shit, right? Didn't I tell you? I said my father didn't raise me and my brothers to quit anything. So I'm gonna finish this shift, and I ain't coming back. It felt weird because I've never done no shit like that, you know, and I understand how hard it is to find any kind of job, right? So, I went home and I told Terrell, like, yeah, I'm not going back, bro. I told these people, you know, not to bother me about this shit, and they did, and I'm a man of my word, and I didn't come back. And they had god damn, boy, these fucking retarded ass nigga be everywhere, dude. I remember one time I told the dude, I was like, hey man, I gotta go drop the car off to my roommate, and on his way back, he gonna drop me back off here and head to Sugarland. And he would be like, oh, all right, where you going again? And I'll be like, Jesus Christ, I just said I gotta go home and get a boy the car so he can drive back to work, pass us up, but drop me off in the process. Okay. Where you said you gotta go again? Oh, I'm done. So, yeah, that was the first job I've ever walked off on. And so now that I'm, again, working at this Hooters-like place, when that chick said what she said, I remember I stood there, I took a deep breath and said, I think I'm about to have to quit this shit. I don't allow this type of disrespect, man. I'm too unpredictable. I'm too unpredictable to sit there and allow this to go down. The way she's talking to me, she sounds very entitled and bratty, and you know, I can't allow it. So I went to the back. I pulled one of the things that normal people do, you know, just walked off. And I went to the back and I smoked, and I was sitting there smoking a cigarette, and I was like, am I really about to do this? Man, sure enough, I quietly took off the apron and the hat and just walked away. Come to find out, a couple months later, the place got shut down. So I'm going back and I'm telling Terrell that I'm losing these jobs. And yes, they are lost jobs. This isn't something that you just quitting even though you have these. No. People lost their fucking mind during COVID and started acting real silly about that mask shit. And so, during this time, we have now acquired a neighbor by the name of Tim, Caucasian little white boy. And he older than me and Terrell both. And he would come over every now and again and want to chill with Terrell. He got turned off by my personality because of the headaches and the moodiness and shit like that, where him and Terrell would just be sitting outside drinking all night long and just sitting outside talking and, you know, having a good time or whatever. And I'd just be in the house chilling because, and a lot of that stuff has to do with why I enjoy peace and quiet and just nobody around me, is because most shit that I see people do and I hear what people do, it really does. It's very cringe and just, you know, something very distasteful, and I don't want to hear it. I don't. So, you know, as time passed and Tim was like, yo, what's his problem? Because I would come home, you know, from work and just walk right past them. And again, when I look back on it, yeah, it was very, you know, asshole-ish and dickish to do, you know. But again, I was always in pain and just, you know, couldn't really see past people's, like, what I say, like people's beliefs and, you know, how they behave and shit like that. It really just drove me insane. And so, well, not it annoyed me. And so, him and Terrell are forming a relationship based off of Terrell explaining to him. You see, because Terrell, even though we were best friends, Terrell found my personality to be very cold and callous and careless. Where even him, being raised similar to how I was raised, he still, you know, like for example, he would come in and say, "Hey man, come look at my character on DC Universe," right? And I'll go look at the character, and it's a character of an already made up character. Yeah, look at my Flash. That look just like Flash, don't it? And I'm, you know, I gotta play dumb and be like, oh yeah, it do. That's pretty good, man. That, you know, they got, you know, same belt and all that. Yeah, you know, I unlocked some stuff and, you know, I got the same belt and the same hat. I'm just like, in my own head, I'm like, when will you ever create your own character? There's no doubt when I get on the game, I create every character after my likeness. Never create. So he knew that, and you know, as time progressed, I would start to just be more honest with him about him annoying me. And I would tell him, I said, bro, you do some very stupid ass shit. And it's by the grace of God that you pay all the bills, because if it was the shoe on the other foot, you would feel and look like a dummy and be an actual dummy. This bill paying shit gives you this confidence that you have of you think you got it all figured out, bro. I would rather be broke and how I am and know what I know and behave how I behave than to be able to pay all these bills and be a piece of shit. And so it got to that point because the way I was raised is that, yeah, you can be honest with a person or a man, but don't disrespect them, you know, and don't try to dress it up, you know, in a way that is kind of like a undercut, you know, a nut shot or something like that. Say what you really feel. and do it respectfully. You know what I'm saying? So him and Tim are forming this relationship of, man, that's messed up, you know, like, you know, you paying all the bills and he just treats you like that. That's real messed up, man. And so Terrell's out there, yeah, I know. See, I told y'all about how I was raised where I don't come in the house saying some teacher don't like me. My dad gonna be like, you full of shit. What are you doing? Somebody just don't have time to just not like you. What are you doing? So anytime people would tell me, yo, man, I see what's going on in the house, I would be like, man, ain't nothing going on, bro. I'm good. So that's what he was doing outside. He was doing that exact thing that my dad did not want me doing, which is just sitting there playing victim. Oh, yeah, I know. So they're forming this relationship, you know, just outside the door, right? I mean, it will be times where they would drink all day, right? All night. Tim got to go to work at 6, 7 in the morning, and he has not went to bed yet. And he just been drinking like, oh, man, it's 6 o'clock. I got to get ready for work. I mean, just some of the most pathetic. But see, I used to tell Terrell, like, I feel like God or the universe set that up because you need somebody to get this shit out, too. You know what I'm saying? Your mama done passed away. You know, you've already shared it a lot with your sister and stuff like that. But you need somebody that you can get this shit out to. And I understand that. I do. So Tom has started to, you know, move on now. And like I said, his nephew didn't played this game where he didn't came to the house. These niggas are sleeping in the car. And then they got so slick with it, right? They started alternating because they knew that we was not answering that door at 11 o'clock, right? So these motherfuckers start like, I'm going to go and sleep for like 3 hours while you stay here. And then when I come back, then you can go sleep in the car. And I had to tell Terrell, I say, Terrell, do you see what's going on, bro? Do you see this? And he was like, yeah, I do. I see it. I do. I'm like, dog, this dude is trying to live here. You need to tell this boy to go find his own place to stay. He does not want to get a job. The nigga from Atlanta, his partner, he got a job immediately. Because he brought that New York mindset out here to be like, man, I ain't about to be sitting up here broke. But Tarek, on the other hand, he still want to, every morning I'm waking up. Terrell, we had fleas or ticks. I think it was ticks and flies. I don't know what the hell they are, right? We had them real bad to the point where I had to throw out my whole mattress, right? Got rid of them and everything like that, right? This dumbass nigga Terrell is taking his lighter. Every one he see, he'll take his lighter and try to burn it. Just so there were just things starting to manifest. Like, I knew he was using some of my bathroom products, you know, Q-tips or whatever. And I would tell him like, hey man, I don't mind you using my shit, but y'all already know, and y'all heard me say, I don't like a sneaky motherfucker. I don't. If you're gonna use my shit, bro, just let me know, hey bro, I use some Q-tips. I use some of the alcohol. Instead of trying to sneak my shit, because again, you might, and you don't even really know how to save money, bro. You just live this life of getting fucked up, going to work for a few hours, come home and getting fucked up. Before you know it, it's the next day. If you actually had a day of taking care of business, I've seen how you operate. You get fatigued after like 2 hours of doing something outside of gaming. Stockpiling all this money to not know how to use it as a resource. Use it as a building block. And so I was starting to just get sicker and sicker. Man, this little nigga Tarek, bro, like I said about the ticks. Terrell had to start sleeping on the couch that he got from his sister, right? Because the mattress just got full of fucking ticks. So Tarek comes over. Tarek, and I mean it all and also, Tarek bullied this nigga to go back on the mattress and sleep with them goddamn ticks while he sleeps on the couch. And this nigga, what's his name? His partner, Naris, he stacked, like he lined up all the kitchen table chairs all together so he can lay across the chairs and cover up. I say, man, you guys are so fucking gross, man. Just disgusting. So I'm telling Terrell, like, bro, the nigga put you back on the ground with these ticks, my nigga. He's telling you, you know, as a nephew to your face, the uncle, I ain't getting no job. I want to rap and sell weed. He's telling you about our friendship of over 10 years as if he's somebody that's been there, you know, through some of the tough times we've gone through. Every day I'm waking up, you know, and he's blaring this damn music as if nobody else is in the house. There were just things that were starting to happen that just kept telling me, I want to get out of this shit. I want out. I want out of this. It got so bad at one point where I did voice my opinion. And these two punks, why you worried about us, man? Why you worried about two niggas, man? Why you worried about two young niggas, bro? Why you worried about us, man? Like, goddamn, that ain't no manly shit, bro. See, because of the way I carry myself with like an alpha male, they would try to throw it back on me like a little female and be like, you worried about two young niggas? That ain't no manly shit. I'm like, bro, yo, you niggas is uninvitedly in my fucking crib. The only reason you niggas is like this is because Terrell done related that I don't pay for nothing in here. And you guys have taken that to y'all head. And the reality of it is that even if I did pay rent and all of that, y'all still, and I told them that y'all still wouldn't leave. Y'all wouldn't leave. Y'all would say, it's up to Terrell, right? And Terrell would say, I don't care. He wouldn't say yes or no. He just gonna say, I don't care. And then he gonna, you know what's gonna happen? He gonna say, well, Terrell said I can stay, even though I'm paying my rent, paying my half, paying for this and all that. He gonna say, well, Terrell said we can stay. And then what happens after that? Now I gotta get physical. Now me and Terrell gonna butt heads because him saying I don't care then put two extra people in this fucking house that they bring an entirely different energy with them. I mean, truly pathetic and disgusting. So I started telling myself, like, damn, man, like, I'm really about to lose what they would consider a lifelong friend. Like, this, I could see it rotting in front of me. He's letting his nephew and his sister influence him, and that's where I said that, you know, Tim said, hey, man, if y'all lose this place, you can come stay with me, man, but CJ can't come. That's what he said. You can come stay with me, but CJ cannot come. And so I had pulled Terrell to the side one day and told him, I said, hey, man, listen, bro. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I said, hey, bro, look, listen. I'm trying everything I can, man, to keep this place. If we can get some type of financial assistance or something, whatever we can do, I'm trying. So it got so bad once where the two ladies came from the office and they knocked on the door one day, right? They opened the door and see Tarek and Naris laying down, you know, and they're like, who are these two people? And Terrell is sitting there like bumbling and shit, looking dumb, don't know what to say. I come out the room and was like, she's like, hello. She's looking at him like, hello, who are these people? And I was like, move, man, just get out the way, move. What's up, ladies? What's happening? yeah, we're here to tell you guys that y'all got, 30 days to get out, blah, 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 blah. She was like, but why are they here? Can't they help y'all? I was like, don't even worry about them. They ain't got nothing to do with this. If you want to talk or anything like that, just talk to me. Don't worry about this nigga. Just take my number down, call me, and we can talk. You know what I'm saying? We can talk the shit out. She was like, yes, all. She was like, that's all we really wanted. She was like, he just kept ignoring us. So we were just gonna be an asshole and just throw y'all asses out in 10 days. I was like, I am very aware of that. I'm very aware this nigga don't know how to talk. So I don't blame y'all for getting upset. So I'm saying that all to his face right there. And one night, I'm in my room and I overheard Terrell telling Narice. Mind you, Tarek has got into, pulled over by the police for sleeping inside of a apartment parking lot. The police pulled up behind him. He decides to try to drive off. We get a phone call saying Tarek is in jail. So that was a thing. And Tarek never had a criminal record before that, ever. So again, that fell on his uncle's shoulders. So I overhear Terrell telling Iris, "Damn, man, I don't know why CJ keep trying, man. Just stop trying. It's over." And when I heard that, it broke my heart. So I walked out the room immediately. I told Terrell, I said, "Hey, man, come outside real quick. I got something to talk to you about." He said, "Yo, what's up?" I said, "I heard what you just said." I said, "I'm trying, bro, because I feel bad that I have not been able to hold up my end of the deal." Mind you, the job at Family Dollar, I lost that job because I was paying for... I just started the job and didn't have any money, so the female was like, "Yeah, you can just write everything down on this paper, but just make sure you pay it back." And because it was just a really bad theft problem over there at that Dollar General, or at Family Dollar. So I'm writing stuff down and I'm paying for it slowly but surely. And one day I had something else, and she was like, "Wait a minute, have you paid the rest of what's on that paper?" And I told her, I was like, "No, I haven't, but I'm scratching them off the list. I think I only had like 2 more things to pay for, right?" And she goes, "Charles, these people, loss prevention is coming in and they gonna be doing this, that, and third." Like, and I was like, "Well, I don't have any money, and I get paid here soon, and I see, and I'll pay for it all, so you won't get in trouble." She was like, "Nah, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work." And I was like, "What do you mean? Like, I'm supposed to have money right now, hell, but whatever's going on with this app, it's not, giving me my access to my paycheck right now." Which was very odd, very strange that it did that. It never did that. But when it did that, she was like, "Look, Charles, loss prevention gonna come and they gonna look and see." And she was like, "What am I supposed to tell them?" I was like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you it's not a big deal, but like, it's gonna get taken care of. She was like, "Look, Charles, I tell you like this, you can either go home and don't come back, or you can come back and talk to loss prevention about this whole thing." And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I mean, I was so defeated, and I grabbed my shit and I walked home, and I came home and I told Terrell, like, "Yo, bro, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I lost another job and I feel like scum. I apologize. I don't blame you for anything, going forward. So, when I go outside and I explain to him, I'm trying to do everything I can, bro, to help you help us. And he goes, man, I'm tired of paying all of this shit. I don't have money to get my hair twisted. I don't have money to buy my PS5. Yeah. And, I'm just tired of it, man. I'm tired of talking to the people from the office. I'm just like, bro, you a quitter. You really are just a quitter. Like, I know when things are getting but just no, you're quitting because your ass you got an escape route going to Tim's, which is right down the hallway, going to his house and basically just starting all over so you don't have to deal with anything, and again, I don't blame him for that. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. I think for one, it's fucked up because, brother to brother, you gonna go live with this Peckerwood and not want to, I guess, be there for me when I'm down and shit. You know what I mean? I told y'all, growing up, this nigga could have got bullied and all types of shit happened to him. But I'll be like, nah, man, leave that nigga alone, bro. So, when I told him, like, yo, man, I'm sorry, bro, like, can you just hang in there with me? And he was like, nah, I can't. Like, so it was already apparent that they didn't got into his head. When I told him, when I'm in the room and the door was closed, they were in there souping his ass up. Like, yeah, man, that's messed up. You can't go get your hair done. And I know you really want to, man. I know you want some new piercings. And I know you want, I know you want the PS5 and shit. Just the same old shit. And they were just feeding each other. Yeah, man, that's messed up, man. Man, you really shouldn't have to go through that, man. Yeah, that's fucked up. And that's all they were feeding him. That's all they were feeding his ass. So the day came and they, and so now at this point, the homelessness deal is new to me. I wasn't getting any sleep, I already said all that stuff. And, what I ended up having to do was I ended up buying a tent, and I'm walking around Walmart and stuff like that. I didn't really know the area that well, and before the tent I had the cot, which I told y'all about the cot. So I'm walking around Walmart, at 12, 1, 2 o'clock. During the day, I'm sitting underneath the area where they smoke cigarettes. And again, just so tired, so restless that I didn't know what to do. I mean, I had the job at Walmart, but to me I was just constantly trying to figure out, where am I going to sleep? How am I going to take baths? I mean, I was taking baths in the restroom at Walmart until the janitor lady was like, what are you doing in there? You got water everywhere. And I'm like, no, I don't. I don't have water everywhere. This is something new to you, seeing somebody having to sleep around and live basically at their job, so you're making a big deal out of it. So, again, I had to go, barricade myself in over where we, keep the baskets at before that shit had ran out, because, Walmart opens up at 6 a.m. Y'all see now, here, I'm making videos at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I ain't even went to sleep yet. So, trying to do that was very difficult. Very difficult. I had a brother that used to send me cash apps, because I've always had a YouTube going all the way back probably to 2015, when I thought that my personality, my life, and everything I had to say was worth something of value. Because a lot of things that I would listen to and stuff, I had thought that in my own mind, like, oh, okay, this person's just saying it, either a different way or saying exactly what I'm saying. So there were times where I would receive $100, $150 cash apps from this brother. And I was really I felt bad, because I knew that my living situation and everything like that would demand so much more money than people were helping me with. So one of the things that was going on financially was, again, I had a cot that I bought. I think I paid a cell phone bill. And at that time, I didn't know anything about what I'm doing now. So I was spending like $90, $150 going back and forth to these hotels. All the hotels around here, trying to find cheap rates, all of this stuff. Didn't have a clue that would not work out. So that all stopped, because it just started eating up my money. So what ended up happening was, I ended up buying, this was when I bought like a $40 tent, one that you couldn't stand up in. And I had said, you know what, I'm gonna camp out over here under this little behind Walmart, the area that I showed y'all. I've showed y'all that area in a video where I said I used to live back here. It's like a grass alleyway or something like that, all the way behind Walmart. There's a fence separating Walmart from another building, and so it just creates a very small, narrow alleyway looking thing. So I set up back there. Okay, so when I set up back there and everything, I experienced a huge amount of discomfort with the heat. Didn't know how to beat the heat. Didn't know what to do as far as shade, fans, generators. I didn't know what to do. So sitting in there, I remember at times because I talked about this in another video, that I remember when I thought that covering the entire tent, making it as dark as I can on the inside, would cool it off, right? No. All that did was just create like a hot pocket, a pocket of heat. My heat, the radiation heat, the heat from whatever I'm eating. There were so many times where I would just be sitting there eating noodles and watching my sweat drip into the bowl of noodles and just be so angry, like, God damn, this is so fucking stupid. So I was making obviously more money than I'm making now. So one time I tried to buy a generator. Now the generator, I think it was a Jackery. It was $275 or something like that, right? And I bought this. Let me stick a pin in that. I had bought one of those Hurricanes. It's a fan, but it's like an industrial fan. It blows hard. Bought one of those. Tried to have an extension cord plugged up to something over there by where Walmart has a bunch of electronic stuff, like as far as outside goes, like plumbing and all these different water sensors and stuff. I tried to find an outlet and run the fan in there. I tried everything, man, to the point where I had to, I had came across one day. I was there late at work, and I was two white guys roll up on me and was like, "Hey, man, you gotta," and it was funny because I was sitting there thinking at the time, like just sitting there fantasizing about, man, all these people that come into Walmart, drive into Walmart with these campers and stuff. I've seen some of the most beautiful campers ever. I've seen some of the most creative campers ever. And I was just sitting there fantasizing about it, and all of a sudden I see this truck pulling this, piece of shit looking camper. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, just didn't think anything of it. And they pull up on me and they was like, hey man, do you have anywhere I can plug in this air pump so I can air up the tire to this camper, man? I gotta hit the road. And I was like, look, man, I don't know anything about that. Again, the migraines and being moody and just, a totally different creature. I was just kind of like blew him off. Like, man, I don't know, bro. I don't know about all that, letting you use power sources and shit. So I told him, I was like, hey, man, you can go use that one over there by the wall. I don't think they're going to bother you about it or anything. And he was just like, oh, it's all right, man. I don't want to get you in trouble. I understand. But I'm just trying to get to my daughter, man. That's all. And I just need to put some air in my camper. So they do what they're doing, right? We end up closing the store down and everything like that. They're still in the parking lot. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. So him and his friend are arguing with each other, right? So they see me kind of like, they see me get off from work. They see me, Steven, the guy that I told you guys about here at Walmart, one of my friends, stuff like that. He had a truck, a Chevy Silverado, I think it was a 2009. And he was telling me like, hey man, I know you be looking for a place to sleep and shit. You can stay in my truck if you want to, because the truck didn't have a motor. So he was like, I'm just letting you know now, like, they gonna eventually come pick up the truck, but you can stay in there and keep your shit in there and stuff like that. I have no problem with it. So that's where I was spending most of my time. They saw me in this truck in the middle of the night, and they had pulled up beside me, and they kind of looked like they wanted to conversate, and I was just like, man, I'm not in the fucking mood to talk. Like, just so they were like, hey man, what's your situation? And told him, I was like, hey, man, I'm homeless, bro. I stay here. Told him the whole situation, right? He goes, well, look, man, me and my buddy ain't getting along, and he's going his separate way. I'm still got to go get to my daughter. I don't have time to deal with this camper right now. It's too much. I know you're out of luck and shit like that, so I'm gonna give it to you. And I was like, are you like, wait, what? He was like, I'm gonna give it to you, bro. You don't have to give me any money for it. And because I kept trying to be like, bro, take something for it. Take $200. Take something, bro, because that's just too much to be free. And he was like, no, bro. He was like, all I'm asking you to do, just help me clean it out. Help me get my shit out of here and put it in my truck, and I'll just leave it right here in the parking lot. It's all yours. And so that went from daydreaming about having a camper to getting a camper in the same day. So I now have this camper in the parking lot. I'm very excited. I'm getting comfortable and everything like that. I leave the truck and go to the camper and everything. I go inside of Walmart. Everybody's like, congratulations, man. You got you somewhere to stay. I'm happy for you. That's good. So a couple days later, people are walking up to me saying, hey man, Edwin gonna tell you something about that camper. And I was like, I already know he's going to. Everything I do, whether I'm here or not, is watched under a microscope. You would swear I'm the only person out of 20 other people in Houston that I'm the 19th person. Like, it's ridiculous. So I kept telling them, like, I already know he's gonna fuck with me, and I already know it's coming. And they were just like, everybody there was just like, that's so fucked up if he messes with you and he knows your situation. So of course he ends up one day telling me, hey man, you gotta move it. You can't have it in the parking lot. And I was like, all right, well, shit. Well, I don't know where I'm gonna put it, bro, but like, this is where I stay. And he was just like, yeah, but it's on the property, and you can't have it on the property, so you're gonna have to move it. Meanwhile, they have some homeless, weird motherfucker living in his car in the parking lot. Didn't say nothing to him. It took that dude had to go to jail. And I seen him walking around one day like, ain't you that dude with the car? And he's walking around with a skateboard and a bulldog, half of his head shaved, with a big ass, like, infected boil on the other side. So I was like, yeah, of course you would bother me about the shit. So I end up going through a process of moving the camper into the field that's right next, right next to Walmart. There's an open field. And so I went through hell trying to do this, man. Calling all type of tow companies and all types of shit. And so I got one dude that was like, look, man, I'll help you with it. So he gets there and he's like, oh, you gonna need a whole new tire on that motherfucker to move it. I see what the problem is. I was like, yeah, man, that's why I knew it was gonna be difficult. So I think I ended up spending like $175 to move it basically like 25 yards across the street. So now I have a camper sitting out in the middle of this field, just sitting there. I have a picture of it. I screenshotted it to show my dad, like, I used to have one too, Dad. So I'm in the middle of this field, hot as hell. That's when I bought the generator. And so I'm trying to, because it had an AC unit in it. And I thought that was just like heaven on earth. I'm like, oh man, I got an AC in here. Man, buy the damn generator. It's now that I know about generators, it just kept, you plug it in, it power up and just shut right off. Didn't have enough wattage to run the AC unit. So had to take the generator back, and couple weeks, I think a couple weeks passed by, and they ended up calling me in the office and was like, hey, we know that you moved it, but you can't have it over there either. So you're gonna have to move it from over there, and we're gonna have to let you go until you get your living situation figured out. So all of that shit happened at once, right? Okay, so they was like, we'll give you your last check right now so you can find somewhere to go, have some money. So of course I'm just so shattered at that point, like, Jesus Christ, man. I got the best paying job I've ever had, all of that with Walmart, and life is just as difficult as it's ever been. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I had to put the camper up on Facebook, and went through a bevy of people that wanted to buy it. All of a sudden, I basically had to sell it for nothing. I had to just get it off of the property, to get them off my back. And so I sold it for $200. Some Mexican dude came by and, was like, damn, man, like, we didn't know you were homeless and shit like that. You need groceries and shit? I was like, nah, man, just take the AC unit, take all of it, bro, and just take it. I just take it. And he was like, man, thanks, man. We hope you find it. I was like, yeah, appreciate it, bro. So I then now have like $400, right? So I found a Motel 6 on the east side. I'm on the west side. I found one on the east side, a Motel 6 that it's $300 a week. So I booked myself into this hotel, and when I did that, I had called, Steven and everybody back up here at Walmart and told them, like, hey, I'm ready to go back to work. I think I got this thing figured out. And, fortunately for me, because I had already went into the situation, like, I would not be surprised if they said, no, we just not gonna let you come back. I wouldn't be surprised. But no, they let me come back. So Edwin is now trying to go out of his way to help me. He takes me to the shelter. Everyone's asking me, like, why don't you go to the shelter, man? And you guys don't understand what shelters are for dope fiends and criminals, okay? These are people that they can't go down the street because they'll want to go smoke crack, okay? They can't just be let in regular society because they'll end up falling back into some of the dark pits that they came out of. If you just somebody like me with a job and don't have nowhere to go, it's manageable, but you gotta, it's not something that, and besides, it put me farther away from work. all of the bus ride and all that shit I would have had to do to get from downtown all the way back over here, then all the way back over there. And y'all know, like, late at night, them doors are locked. Some people have said, like, yeah, man, I get off from work late, the doors are locked, so I just sleep right here outside on the damn porch step. So I was like, yeah, no, that's not gonna work. And then they got all this, you gotta come to our prayer meetings. And I'm like, man, I'm not doing all of that. No, sir. So Edwin was like, he kept asking me, like, how's it going, man? How's it going at the shelter? And I was like, bro, I didn't go to that damn shelter. And he was just kind of like, oh, I tried. Because to him, shelter is like one of the surface solutions to homelessness. Oh, I'm homeless. Go to shelter. Like, that's just 1A, 1B. So, after that, I had my time was up at the hotel. This is where my little brother Jeremiah, rest in peace, and I love you, but he came all the way from where he was to come get me, take me all the way back to the west side of Houston, back over here to go to work. So I'm getting off from work, and I thought to myself, like, man, I remember some area that I saw with bushes in it. Now, the fear of what's behind those bushes, we'll figure it out when we get there. So I walked, I remember the route that I took. And I think it was that same day, because they told me they wanted proof of, we want proof of where you live. You're going to have to sign it. You're going to have to get where you live to sign it. You're going to have to show us the mailing address, because I was getting my mail to Walmart, my debit cards and stuff. And so I had, made up all of this shit so I can, come back to work. And so I had, walked down, the route that I take to get here. And I saw it and was just, it's just a mode that I click in of, like, I know how to deal with the outdoors. I know where to step, where not to step. Like, if you see a hornet's nest or a bee's nest or something, don't start flailing your arms everywhere over one. Be calm. Snakes, spiders, and all that different shit, they're more scared of you than you are it. So I'm familiar with, like, walking through bushes and goddamn creeks and shit that you can't even see the bottom. Like, I'm used to that. So I walked back here, and when I came back here, it was almost like this area was just made just for me. It was a wide open space. I think I would say it's about 10 feet by 10 feet. Surrounded by bushes. And it was up on a hill. So I take that little tent, and that was my first, we set up back here and everything like that. And quickly, I had to make adjustments. First of all, had to make adjustments to, that was the first time that I got tired of squatting and sitting crisscross and all of that. So I had, I think I immediately bought another tent. I want to say it was the TP tent. It was on sale for $80, but it's originally like $160. So I buy that tent. And the summers were tough. They were tough. It took a lot of getting used to. Ultimately, when I got fired from Walmart, it was New Year's Eve. And this is why I have to mention the headaches, because if I didn't have these headaches, then all of the medication I'm taking would not result in me needing food so much that I'm willing to steal it. Instead of saying, oh, bro, I'll make it, No, because I knew that what my job entailed of checking receipts and all of that, I can't afford to have a bad attitude. So eating to me was very important to get that food back in my body, replenish myself, so that I can deal with the craziness of standing at that door asking for receipts. So it was New Year's Eve. It was time for me to go on break. And I went to the deli, and I knew that it was something that I wasn't going to have enough money for, right? Now, oh, okay, well, I go to the deli and I go get a Milo's tea. And then I go to the deli and get 6 hot wings. So I go to the register and I see the dude, basically like the one of the security people that, sit in the room and watch cameras. Me and him didn't get along, but I didn't try to, hide it or anything. I walked right up, onto he had, the self-checkout registers. You open up the bottom to take all the cash out. He was doing that, and he was right behind me. And so I scanned the tea and put the tea down, and then I scanned, I didn't scan the wings, and I consciously did that and was like, fuck it. Like I gotta eat, man. I gotta eat. And so grabbed it, took it, went over there, ate, getting ready to get off at 8 o'clock. They called me in. He said, CJ, Charles coming to office. He goes, I saw what you did, bro. And I ain't got no choice. I gotta let you go. Gotta terminate you. And I just started crying. I was like, yeah, I know. And he was like, why'd you do it, bro? I was like, I don't have any money. And I knew it was time for me to, toward the end of the night, you got to be kind of alert, to check these receipts and shit like that. And I was like, that was why I did it, bro. Just to put just to give myself some energy to finish up the day strong. That's all. And I told him, I was like, I was actually looking for Steven to help me pay for the wings. Unfortunately, he wasn't around. So I ain't even tripping, man. Let's do what we got to do. Signed it, walked out. Now, again, I go to this Walmart every day. 2-3 times a day. And I've always kicked myself in the ass for doing that. Yeah, I've had a couple people say, man, how long you been gone? You can reapply and come back. We need some help. And I have to tell them, like, I can't, man. They terminated me for stealing. Man, what you steal? Some wings. Oh, shit, man. Goddamn, CJ. Yeah, I know, bro. I'm a piece of shit for that. I hate myself for it. I dealt with a great deal of shame for that. I actually wanted to take my life then. I remember I called my dad that night and told him, Dad, I lost my job for stealing. I was crying. My dad had woke up and everything was like probably 11:30 at night. My dad's knocked the hell out at that time. So, lost the job, and that was the start of some dark times. Horrible summers. The days were longer. I had to do everything from walk to the what they call that shit, and I probably have some videos where I used to go to the food bank and have to get free food and stuff like that to help me out. I remember one of my lowest points was when all I had was rice and water. I didn't have no butter to go with it. I think I had salt and pepper. And I had to think to myself, man, people in other countries ain't even got this shit. So that's what helped me down that shit and get it down. As far as the migraines and stuff like that, again, I didn't know anything that I know now. So I'm just thinking like, I'm just some guy with headaches. Like, I just, that's just how it is for me. Would have never made the connection to football. But, I was really an outdoorsman, man. I had to really spend a lot of time outdoors, meaning outside of the tent, just sitting in the chair. Learned how to keep the mosquitoes off, learned how to keep the roaches away, learned how to keep rats and possums and all that shit away. My time back here has been very pleasant. I have not had to worry about any intruders, all but I think 2. And both of them were like crackheads that were trying to act like they were looking for something and shit. And they were like, yeah. And I was sitting back here. They scared the shit out of me. But one of them was a lady that had no shoes on. And I'm looking at her feet, and I had to run back inside when she spoke no English. And I told the story before. It was during Halloween. And I told her, I was like, no, get your ass from over here. I live back here. Get. And she was, oh, okay. And I ran in the house and was like, man, I don't even wear these slippers. You know, the flip-flops that with that plastic in between your big toe. I hate those. So I ran and was like, hey. I was like, here, take these. Put these on your damn feet. Oh, thank you. Not saying it had anything to do with her, but I came home later that night. And I'm looking in the bushes like, what the fuck is that in the bushes? Somebody had left a big ass box of candy with Christmas lights, with a speaker, with batteries, with like cosmetic things, tweezers and scissors and shit. And they covered it with one of those, now I know what it is, one of those things that, you know, you put in one of the back, it's like a black fabric that goes over the bed of your truck. You know, like you clip it on or something like that. They covered it up, you know, from the rain with that. And I came home and I looked and was like, I'm just looking around like, this shit is creepy. This is weird. Where did this come from? Never found out where it came from, ever. Like, this was just some wild ass shit. That was crazy. Never found out where it came from or anything. Also, during this homeless time, I had a friend named Ruby. She was gay. She wanted to be a boy, but she was a girl. She used to be very pretty. She's from New York, and I've told stories about her plenty times. That she offered me a lot of times shelter, hot meals, a shower, the ability to shave my hair and all that shit. She lived in Bel Air, which is, you know, I wouldn't say down the street, but that's, you know, about where I'm at. So she would be like, yeah, man, just come over. You know, me and my brother be at the house, and I would go over and just relax. You know, she would give me, you know, the option of like, what do you want me to cook for you? You got anything that you want to bring from the food bank or something? I can whip it up real quick for you. She was from New York. So she brought that New York state of mind down here. And I used to always give her credit, like, you are just ahead of the curve. You could tell she was just with it. Like, I would probably flourish more in New York. New Yorkers would probably make me turn into a quiet motherfucker, like a real quiet person, because they niggas would talk me. I get to the point I'm like, y'all hooping and hollering way too much. I'ma just be quiet. But she had that type of knowledge and understanding and that wittiness about her that I really liked. I loved being around her. There was a certain point where, even for her, I was like, hey man, where did you go? She was like, I got fired. And I was like, what did you do? She was, again, now see, this is the opposite of what I did. She tried to sneak and pay and scan a 12-pack of, she tried to scan a 24-pack of drinks as a 12-pack. And she was like, of course, I didn't know. You know, I didn't. Same thing about this other fag that used to work up there named Tori. And I asked Steven, like, where the hell is Tori? I ain't seen him in a minute. They was like, Tori, he got fired. And all he did was he scanned this, and it was funny how, like, you know, he's gay. So he was just like, oh yeah, he thought he scanned this Slim Jim. And I started laughing when he said that. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. So he's like, yeah, he thought he scanned the Slim Jim, and he didn't scan it, but he scanned the drink instead of Slim Jim, and they saw him on the cameras, and they fired him for that. And I was like, damn, like, they have a no tolerance for that shit. And I don't blame them, because, again, you don't know the level of scumbaggery that everybody has that takes shit. Some people be like, bro, I really don't have the fucking money, and I need this shit. Other people will be like, I got a pocket full of money, and I just want to see what I can get away with. You know, I had watched this dude the other day. This big ass, of course it be these type of, you know, them Indian people on these phones and shit, scamming people and shit. Bro, they are some, like, savages, my nigga. I watched this big ass 6 foot, probably 6'1", 6'2" dude sit there, and the lady that was supposed to be watching the self-checkout, she was helping somebody else. And he's just sitting there, like, he'll look up, and then just skip the scan and go put it in a bag. Look up, put it in a bag. I'm like, dude, you are stealing like $20, $30, $40, $50 type things you're putting in that bag, buddy. But I just thought to myself, like, look at people. Look at this. This is disgusting. They got another dude that got dreads. He just got on the bus yesterday. I ain't seen him in a minute, but the last time I saw him, he was getting his ass hemmed up at Walmart. When I used to work there, he got caught like 3-4 times stealing. And he's just the worst kind of thief. Like, but that was mine. I walked in here with that. Sir, that's not yours. We clearly saw you open it, started drinking it. And no, it's not. You can check my receipt. You can check my... Sir, that receipt is from a totally different Walmart, and it ain't even a correct date. That say 2012 on it. No, it don't. That's mine. Man, I'm trying to tell you, I'm for real. Sir, come in the office so we can get this whole process over with. Man, y'all, I swear, man, y'all be picking on me, man, when I come in here. Yeah, so he's that type of sick fuck. And I saw him on the bus the other day, I was just like, oh, there you go. Gross. Type of nigga with no integrity. If you gonna take some shit, take it, my nigga. And you get caught, you tell a nigga I'm taking it cause I need it. I'm not taking it just cause I got 10 fingers and I can grip something and hide it, like, just cause I can. Like, no. And that was my deal with George. Like, bro, you act like I'm just taking this pizza just because I have nothing else to do. I need this food. I'm telling you I didn't have any money. I'm asking you for financial help, and then you turn around and say, you have to pay for that. Are you fucking retarded? That's why I said it feel like something just crawls up in these people's asses, and it's like it possesses them. And they lose all track of common sense. Ridiculous. So, everything with me and my roommate seemed like it was supposed to happen like that. I started getting more agitated. I started getting more sick of hearing his voice. I started becoming very upset with him, man to man. Just, you don't wash your clothes, bro. You don't cook. You don't clean. And and again, I used to say that to him, like, I know all. What can you throw back in my face? You don't pay rent. That's all you can throw in my face. And it's not a competition. The point is like, bro, you got this false sense of like you handling this shit, but I used to tell him like God is protecting you, you know, in a way. I used to tell him like God protects a drunk, a fool, and a child. You figure out which one you are. You are protected in a way that you can't tell when you gave a man $400 that he would not pay you back. You didn't have the discernment to say, nah, man, I got, you know, I'm the only one paying bills right now in my crib, so I need all the money I can get. No, you just day drinking and shit and try. Man, I took this nigga to when I used to work at Chili's in Missouri City. I worked there too. I don't remember why I left that job. I really don't. I don't even remember why. I don't think nothing bad happened. But I was working there, and I remember I told him, I was like, man, we gonna have to go back up to the bar, because he was one of them niggas, like, once he's home, he don't want to go nowhere. He don't want to go nowhere. It's like, you gotta plan some shit with him for him to kind of like hype himself up to do some event. Like, hey man, you want to go have some drinks or something? He gonna be the nigga that been like, yeah, I want to, you know. And that was another thing. Like, you tell a motherfucker don't take baths when every time they want to take a bath, they want to have a concert. They gotta have their music in there and all that. I'm like, nigga, get your ass in the tub, bathe, and get the fuck out. What the fuck you need music for? Oh, I know. It's because you don't do this very often. And this is almost like a fun activity for you. Bathing your ass. A damn shame. So, and I remember one time he took a shower and he come out the bathroom, because my room was where the bathroom was. And he come out the bathroom one time, oh man, that's so fucking hot. I said, yeah, it wouldn't be like that if you did it more often. You'd be used to it. So shit like that would really get under his skin, because he knew he was just a wretched ass motherfucker. Funky ass feet. I remember one time I told him, I was like, bro, when did you clean your ears? I looked in his ear one time and was like, dude, what the fuck is going on in there? You got ticks and shit all on your bed, and instead of actually asking me or trying to figure out how to get rid of them, you trying to take a lighter to each and every tick and flea and burn it. Like, it just got to a point where I was like, yeah, I think it's time for us to split up. Because back then, if you would have told me that, I'd been like, man, I don't care about none of that shit. Like, I'm in this position so that when we separate, we can be better men when we separate. Better independent men. That's what I'm in it for. I'm not in it for nothing else. And walk away from this with a lifelong friend. Somebody that's going to come to my wedding. Somebody I can trust my kids around, etc. That's why I'm doing this shit. So I was like, man, you know, if somebody would have said, you know, like, I really did just start getting sick of that dude, man, for real. His lackluster ability to put his nephew in his place, like, bro, you a kid, my nigga, and you up in here telling me that you finna be bringing females in here and you not gonna get no job and you gonna sleep here as long as you want, and you coming here threatening my partner and all that shit. Like, you out of line, little boy. Nope, he just sit there and tuck his tail and, I'm not gonna say nothing, I don't want to get involved. It really did upset me when I told him, I said, hey bro, do you really think all these jobs I've ever lost, do you think that I go to work and I purposely try to sabotage these? Like, you really think I go looking for homos, and you think I go looking for people with mental issues and say, let me tell you something? You think I really do that? And he looked at me and was like, yeah, I think you do that, bro. I think you purposely go out here to try to confirm what you think is to be the truth, and you try to experiment with that using other people, and when it don't work out in your favor, then you say that. And that he didn't say all of this, I'm saying this for myself, but you then try to turn it and say that this is happening to you. That's what he thought. And I was like, yeah bro, we don't need to be friends. We don't. Because for you to speak on me like that when I'm not around, hey, why is Charles like this? I don't know why he like this. He might be mad, you know, but brother, I got headaches. All these pills I'm taking leaves me drowsy, leaves me a little irritated. It's that simple. But it's almost like people can describe me to you, and you will then say, oh yeah, he do that. Oh yeah, he is like that. Without you saying, nah, he ain't nothing like that, bro. You got him misunderstood. You see? So, our friendship got terminated when he used to talk to a girl named Jessica. Jessica was a little girl that I grew up with. I was already 12, 13, 14. She was a little baby when we were going to church, her and her brother Jason. These are retards, okay? These are country bumpkin retards, all right? And when he was like, yeah, man, I'm talking to Jessica, I'm like, Jessica who? When he told me who it was, I was like, I'm like, bro, let me help you out, because you have the worst taste of any dude that I've known personally. Every female you ever get into it with is some rundown slut bucket. One of the girls he was talking to, and I mean, he talking about her like, and I used to tell him, like, Terrell, you yourself are retarded, okay? Any dude who walk around here thinking that these type of women are mid to high caliber women enough to talk to another nigga about, something is wrong with you, dog. Yeah, man, my girl good, man, I'm telling you, like, my girl be, you know, tripping, and then you show a picture and you like, bro, it looked like somebody took a baseball bat. And I used to say that because the girl, her name was Macy, and Macy was one of them. Y'all ever see them weird ass Mexican females that they like 4'7", They got like weird deformed bodies and like weird ass oblong heads, and they teeth are like straight across and shit. They just some weird looking motherfuckers. And that's what Macy was. Macy was like, and like they might be 37 years old, but they like 4'2". They got like a little infant body or something like that. And that's what Terrell was, yeah, man, I'm trying to talk to her on the phone. And I'm like, bro. And I used to tell him, like, you don't remember this girl in school, dog? You don't remember she was in the slow class? You don't remember everybody making fun of her for like having a crooked head and shit? Has no recollection of that, even though I'm giving them the recollection. He just one of these dumbass niggas that's gonna have to hit his. He's one of them like trial and error niggas. He likes to go through it himself to then find out, oh yeah, you were right. There's nothing worse than having a nigga that's always right, but he not paying bills. How does CJ always know what's gonna happen, but he don't pay for nothing? The perfect character in a movie. God knows all of this stuff, but he doesn't have the financial means for people to listen to him. So he's talking to this girl, and I'm like, yo, man, this little girl, it was retarded when we were growing up. We was in church. She was like, the little girl had a unibrow. Her mama was slow. I mean, yeah, bro, this ain't, you wonder why it's so easy to talk to the chick. Something's wrong with her. Oh, okay, yeah, I kind of thought something was wrong with her. Yeah, I thought, but then next thing you know, you hear her talking over the headset. And peep this, she's doing it at another nigga house. The guy she's dating in another state, she's on his gaming system talking to Terrell. And so Terrell creates this world of like, I must be special because she's talking to me and she's with someone. Ooh. You see how just fucking dumb and idiotic, the type of shit I had to put up with? I remember the one time I had a female come over named Paula. She was kind of on the bigger side, but still cute. And Terrell come over and he, see me and her getting ready. We were getting ready to go. Tell me why I never seen this shit happen a day after this, right? Or before. I come in the house, he in the bed with one of his ex-girlfriends. I didn't even look in his direction, so I couldn't even tell you what she looked like. I just, to myself, was like, you fucking fallen ass nigga, dog. But that was his mindset. If I'm paying all the bills, why can't I enjoy some pussy? Even if I gotta beg for it. You gonna hit up a girl that you used to date talking about, you miss me? You don't ask no female if she miss you. You fucking beta male. And so I'm telling him about Jessica and, so on and so forth. So Jessica hits me up because she's a retarded slut. And I have to say that because she's not hitting me up based off of, hey, that's my cousin CJ. She's hitting me up thinking I'm going to do what some of her other cousins did, which is, well, you didn't grow up out here, so we can kind of fuck around. Gross. So she hit me up, hey, how you doing, cousin? Hey, that. And, I had to confirm and put her in her place. Like, yeah, I'm not talking to you like that. We could catch up. We could, because I had legitimate questions. I was like, where did y'all go? What happened to your mom? Like, her mama done shaved her head bald and she's a full-on dope fiend. Like, yeah, typical. And, she would give me her life story. And, yeah, I had to leave from out there. And my daddy was just basically being a good father, didn't want me dressing and acting like a little slut, but I wanted to be that, so I had to move away, and claimed that he was holding me back. That bullshit ass narrative. So she is living with some dude, and to confirm what I said about her mental state, she also receives a check from the government. So I'm not just throwing out terms to just try to make fun of somebody. No, you have a mental disability. You receive a check for it. I think for like $1,900 or some shit. So during that time, I was homeless, and I was communicating that with her. Like, yeah, it's tough. she would ask about, the family and shit like that. And it worked out well for her because me being an actual, having a saintly spirit, I was actually providing her with memories that she had long lost. Like, oh, I remember that. Oh, I remember that. Oh, that's crazy. You remember that? Yeah. So it actually kind of revigorated her past that she thought that really nobody knew about. And I knew all about it. She was like, you know what happened to my brother Jason, right? I was like, nah, what happened? He went to prison because he had a child with an underage female. And I was just like, oh, okay. I can't tell you I'm surprised. I say y'all niggas are mentally off. So, and me telling him all of this, like, Terrell, the girl is off, man. I know this chick. I know how she was raised. I know her family, all of that. He just didn't want to listen. So one day she was telling me, I'm gonna come out there. I'm gonna take the next time I get my check, and I'm gonna spend the $125 to come out there. And Terrell want me to come out there and spend time with him. And I'm just like, you one disrespectful type of hoe. Your dude is at work. Mind you, her dude helps me with Cash App, sends me $30, $40, $50, helping me out. Hey, bro, you guys got to pay me back, bro. It's all good. Meanwhile, she's at home saying, I'm going to come out there. She was in Jacksonville at the time, Jacksonville, Florida. She was like, yeah, I'm going to come out there and I'm going to spend time with Terrell. And what you think he trying to make me come out there for? And I'm like, Jessica, are you fucking dumb or are you dumb? Don't come out here. Stop. Do not bring your ass out here. This funky foot, pervert ass dude is not going to want to do nothing with you but to boost his god awful ego into thinking that he got him a bitch on the hook. When all you really doing is fucking with somebody that got mental issues, bro. So, her being the untrustworthy person that I knew she could be, she goes back and tell Terrell this, right? Now, prior to this, Terrell, one day, I ended up contacting one of the guys that I used to, this is before I started going to the smoke shop the way I do now. I was contacting a guy that I grew up with named Trevor. By the way, this guy was Odell Beckham before I even knew an Odell Beckham. That dude was insane when it came to playing football, the receiver position. He had big ass hands, and back then we used to wear them cutter gloves. And I mean, that dude he was just an insane athlete. So I'm hitting him up like, hey man, you think you can bring, he would drive all the way from where we come from, 70 something miles from here, bring me to Green and drive all the way back home. And he would do it in a way that, like, he'll pull up, and he even used to do this when we had the apartment. He would pull up, knock on the door, here y'all go, boom, boom, leave, get back in the truck and go home. Most niggas gonna want to sit down and talk, and since they done made this long ride, they gonna want to smoke with you and all that other shit. That nigga already knew what time it was. So he ended up getting wind of, like, he used to pull up, and where he would pull up, he saw me crawling out of this damn tent, and he would, he had said, hey man, look, my mom, wanted to offer you a place to stay if you down with coming way out here, we can get you back up there to work and stuff like that. I said, all right, cool, that's fine. So here I am now. This is when I was still at Walmart. He's picking me up. I go put $20 gas. We're doing this for a couple months, right? And next thing you know, the frustration starts to set in. Where one day, he goes, we at the gas station, right? And he's like, yeah, man, yeah, I need some gas. So I was like, all right, well, of course, begrudgingly, here's $20. So he goes inside. At first, what he did was he just pulled up to the gas station and just sat in the truck. And I was like, are we waiting on somebody or something? He was like, no. And he's a little bit on the retarded side. He was like, nah, I need some gas. I was like, well, why the fuck you ain't say nothing? And, first of all, I was like, are you even putting your own gas in the truck? Or are you on that retarded, selfish Negro shit of every penny I put in here is my penny of gas? Like, if you on that type of time, boy, we not gonna get along. So, sure enough, I give him $20. He goes, put gas in, and he now knows that I'm frustrated. He knows I'm frustrated now. So we get home. He stops at the other gas station, basically like 5 minutes from the house. And I'm like, what are we doing, bro? He goes, oh, that gas is already gone. I was like, are you fucking serious right now? You seriously are trying to extract $70 from me in one night? Yeah, this ain't gonna work. So we get to the house, and I don't know when, what, where, how. I guess he had a conversation with his mama and was like, this thing ain't working. Like, it's putting miles on my truck. He got a problem with putting gas in the car. He don't have no money saved up for anything. So Miss Ruthie, his mama, called me one day because I had formulated a plan. I was like, look, bro, to avoid having to spend all this money, right, on all this gas, I told him, I was like, I'll just stay out here, find somewhere to stay for 3 days when I'm off, and then I'll come back home or whatever when I gotta go to work. I mean, when I'm off. But when I'm working, I'll just stay out here. So one day he calls me and was like, hey, you gonna come get your stuff? And I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, my mama said that you gotta find somewhere else to stay. And I had to be there for probably 2 months, maybe 3. I was like, what did I do? Is there a problem? And he was like, I don't know, man. My mama just said you got to find somewhere else to stay. So you want me to come give you your stuff, or are you going to come get it? I was just so filled with rage and confusion. Like, what the fuck? Like, what happened? What the fuck happened? So, rest in peace. Again, my little brother had to come pick me up from Houston, take me all the way back home to grab all of my stuff from this nigga house. And nobody never gave me an explanation as to why I had to go. Never found out why. And I come back out here, and Terrell hits me up and says, this is before we had a fallout. He goes, hey man, I just did some shrooms, and it just got me thinking about, our last little interaction or whatever, and I feel bad about it. And I want you to come over and, we talk about it. So I didn't know nothing about shrooms or anything like that. I didn't know the how emotional it make you and how reflective it makes you. So I walk back down to the apartments. You can tell Tim is just uncomfortable with me because, like a lot of the guys that are uncomfortable with me, they're just so used to being around spineless dudes to where they feel like they're either on their level or in the area of their level when it comes to like true manliness. Chest out, back straight, head up, looking at man in their eyes. They know that you ain't scared to call somebody a stupid, dumb motherfucker. Stuff like that.
they can feel it on you. It's like an aphrodisiac. These dudes be like, man, that nigga, or how the kids say now, oh, it's a bad vibe. My energy. So he's always been like, you would think that I was like 6'2", 250 pounds. Terrell, I'm just towering over Terrell. I got a kid. I got, I drive a car with a loud engine and all of that. You would think that that's how I was perceived. Just some mean ass dude. And all of that comes from the headaches. I believe in my mind and in my world, I would have never lost any of these jobs. I would have been able to hang on to a lot more of these jobs if I did not have headaches for playing football. My participation in football is completely innocent. It's not like I'm in my 20s and like a lot of these guys, yeah, I still want to try to play competitive football and I ain't even getting paid for it. And I'm walking around here like, damn, why my head hurt? Because you're still getting hit in the head, nigga. I'm not one of these people that there's not at one point in my life can I say I made a conscious decision to hurt myself further than where I already was. Never. As a kid, I only wanted to make good grades and stop going to summer school and make my parents proud. As a young adult, I just wanted to get a job and at least be a mediocre type of citizen. Just job, car, and just do that in rotation. But I feel like my life has been taken from me. A lot of it has. I counted on it up my hand 15 years damn near of having migraines, having people ask, man, what's wrong with you? You okay? Why don't you smile? Be positive. All this shit, it ain't nothing never wrong with me that's making me want to frown and nothing at all. So having to deal with that shit and then having to, again, take all of these pills, self-experimenting, tearing up my goddamn digestive system. I have completely been taken out of any type of fair life. That's why I believe that this shit is just part of my video game type life. Part of my character is having these headaches because there is a good side to all of this. What is that good side? That good side is I've never been able to drink like other people drink. I don't pop pills because I don't want foreign shit in my body making me feel either worse or feeling like whatever. I got into meditation, hoping the meditation would calm my brain down. Alleviate some pain. I took things like stretching and massages and stuff. I took that shit serious. Drinking tea. Finding toothpaste with less and less fluoride. The power of drinking stuff with sugar-free. Getting off these damn sodas. There is a positive side to me having these headaches, and it's kept me away from a lot of foolishness. But when you talk about why you ain't got no car yet, that's why. Every time and I've said this already, every time you go in a store and you know that, oh, I'm going to just go get a Subway sandwich. No, you're going to go get a Subway sandwich and you got to go get pills to digest it. And you got to go get migraine relief. Or you got to go get your sinus relief. Or you got to go get ibuprofen. So you walking out of Walmart spending $23. People don't even put that in their goddamn gas tank. They'll drive to work with that motherfucking light on and say, I'll deal with it when I deal with it. So that's where a lot of my frustration comes from. It's like, dog, man, I'm 32 years old, and I have to text my brother knowing, like, okay, the only reason you kind of texting him is because you know you're going to need a ride to participate in whatever they're doing. If I had a car, I wouldn't even text him. I'd just show up. How he was like, man, you need to get one of these weekends off so you can come to the boys' football games. And I told him, when he was like, man, you know, we got to change the plans. Gabby got to go all the way out there, so on and so forth. And I just told him, I was like, bro, don't even. I said, at 32 years old, I should be able to take myself out there, my nigga. This is pathetic. He was like, nah, man, don't feel like that. I was like, oh, no, motherfucker, I feel like that. That's pathetic. So, I come back after the hotel. When I get to Terrell's house, we're talking and everything, and Tim goes, yeah, man, you can stay here. You know, you're going to have to pay your way, but you can stay here, get your shit straight, and we'll go from there. So I said, all right, cool. So I spent a whole day taking all of my belongings, which is not much. By the way, one day I showed up to the parking lot to go get some jackets. Started to get cold. And I look in the parking lot, and it took my brain probably 5 seconds to notice something was off. You guys, the truck was gone. Why is that so important? Because the truck had probably a third of my memories, of my belongings, pictures, gifts, cards, clothes, gone. So that was a moment in my life where I had to experience what it's like to just have to give up something. It's the same feeling when I used to, in front of Terrell, I would delete a profile off of GTA or something, and he's like, how the fuck did you do that, bro? I could never delete all of that progress. I'm like, bro, my profile was so out of whack. I had all these different things I had bought that I wasn't using and stuff. I just want to start over, bro. Clean slate. No, I could never do that. That's a problem when you don't understand when it's time to burn it all down and start over. In regards to him saying that about us splitting up, he was like, man, look, we tried it. We had a run and it didn't work. Trying to be the voice of reason ass nigga. For the first time, I was like, bro, are you serious? Bro, it is something underneath here. Probably one of them baby possums. You just hear him. He's like right up underneath my leg, bumping the damn boards underneath here. It's like, dude, go away. Anyway, and so I just knew in my mind, like, if I had the ability, mafioso style, to get rid of you, I'd have been got rid of him. I'd have been snapped my fingers and said, yeah, take him out. Bring me one of his fingers or some shit whenever it's done. That's how angry I was. Everybody was pitching that, forgive him and all. I was like, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit, bro. If I see this dude, I don't care if it's on my wedding. I don't care if if my wife is giving birth. If I see this nigga, bro, how the kids say, it is up. I don't care what mood I'm in. I don't care if he got a baby in his hand. I'm busting your shit, bro. I'm busting your shit, my nigga. You put yourself in my crosshairs, nigga, for me to never take you out. Caesar, the nigga at work, same thing. George, same thing. Once you niggas get on my blacklist, this is now where that self-incrimination shit come in. Brother, I'm willing to Tell somebody at a green light, you see that nigga crossing the street, here's $5. Go run his ass over. It's a sickness. I don't like that. I've said to God plenty of times, I don't like to think about death when somebody pissed me off. I don't like that. Not one bit. But when people piss me off, it seems like they have they've convinced themselves that won't nothing happen to them. So, I get to Terrell's house. I'm there for 2 days. Tim sends me this long message as if you knew he thought this shit out, right? He goes, I don't know who told you could live here, bro, but I said you could stay here for a couple days. And I just laughed and was like, you really think I'm that dumb that I would take all of my stuff over there knowing that in 2 days I got to take it all out? It was understood that I would live there and just pay my way. Why would you mention pay your way if I was only staying for a couple of days? You're a liar, dude. And you feel threatened by the fact that I'm back in this nigga life. Me and him are joking and laughing and cutting up like we usually do while your ass sitting in there on the couch with these funky ass dogs. So you feel, oh man, I can't have my friendship sabotaged. See, because Terrell is every white man's favorite nigga. Long hair, listen to rock music, listen to oldies, piercings in his lips and all of that. He's that type of, you know, what they would call like a rock, like, you know, because that's how his dad was. His dad was into AC/DC, Metallica, Iron Maiden, all of that shit. So the whole rock star attire, he was into that. So, when he said that, I had already told myself that this dude is going to get hurt real bad. I actually reached out to my brother and told him, hey man, I've never asked you to do anything that would take you away from your kids and my nephews. But somebody on this side of town, we got to take care of this person, bro, because they really did something that they feel like they'll never get caught for doing it. And my brother was like, man, I would. He was like, I just got out, bro. Like, literally, like 10 days ago, I just got out. And I didn't know nothing about it. I was like, wow. I was like, I'm sorry, man. My apologies. But this nigga really got me mad, bro. And so, going back to the girl with Jessica. Now, me and Terrell, this is our final stance together or whatever, right? And one day, he was basically agreeing to help me from a distance. Because just like with Tim and his sister and everybody I've told y'all about, right? Terrell will sit there and watch you get abused, but then he won't even try. He'll just watch you get fucked and then have that in his mind. He's like, I could have did something to prevent that. So he basically offered to like, yeah, if you ever need some help, bro, I'll help you out. So there was like a couple times where I asked him, did he have some green? Did he have some cigs or something like that, cigarettes? And we can meet at the light or whatever, and we can talk for a little bit and then go our separate ways. Well, when Jessica had asked me, should I come out there to see Terrell and everything like that, Terrell knows this is how I talk. Where I'm like, don't bring your ass out here. He ain't gonna try to do nothing but get some ass. That's it. You need to stay your ass out there with the dude that you date. And don't come out here. So, one day I told Terrell, say, hey man, can I use the bike that you found to get to this job that I got? I had a job at the Wingstop down the street. And he goes, yeah man, you can borrow it. So I'm excited. I actually just got my income tax. The income tax just came in the same day that I got hired, right? So when that happened, I was sitting in the back and I was on my phone and I was gonna text Terrell like, hey man, good news. I got the job. I'm here now. Shit's starting to look, on the up and up, right? And he doesn't text back. And I was like, well, that's weird. So I go back inside and then I go back inside or whatever, and then I end up getting a little break. So I go take the trash out. And I'm like, I'm gonna go check on the on the bike. I go check, y'all, this is Westheimer. That's a big no-no. You don't leave stuff like that on Westheimer. So I go and I go check behind the trash can. The bike is gone. Bike is gone, right? Now, I did tell Jessica, hey, I might have to sell the bike because I don't have any money. But then whenever I get enough money to pay Terrell back for the bike, I'm gonna have to pay him back. But I didn't have to do that because the income tax check came in and I had the bike already, so I was good. Didn't have to do none of that. What this bitch ended up doing, y'all, that put the nail in me and this nigga friendship coffin. She goes and tells this dude, CJ sold your bike. And he was talking about you to me, saying all of this derogative stuff, yada, 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 right? So when I had text Terrell, hey, bro, the bike just got stolen. He texts back, no, it didn't. And then he blocks me on Facebook, blocks me on Snapchat. I'm like, yes, it did. What the fuck? And the only thing I could think of was Jessica must have told this nigga something. He must have got mad at her. And so she had to tell him something that would then reverse his feelings toward her. Typical retard shit, because they don't have nothing going on in their own mind. So they just got to find something, even if they got to make it up. They have to create a problem, because when you're a retard, you don't know what's important, what's problematic. All you know is that, why does everybody start talking about their problems and it seems like the person they talking to about it cares? Why is that? Let me try for a change. So they'll just say some erroneous shit to see if the person they're telling it to is like, for what? Really? What? To make them seem like they are important. Psychology 101. No, I don't have a degree. So, bringing this thing to a close. I've never talked for this long. This is easily my longest video ever. But obviously it's the most important. How I ended up homeless. Couldn't keep jobs. Migraine headaches. Putting me in positions where people would prejudge me and say that you're this mean, toxic masculinity type of shit going on with me. And really, I just wanted to get along with people, bro, and just go to work. I wanted to know what it's like, how a normal person can say, fuck this job. I'm late on the job. I don't work on my job. Fuck this job. And they come back and still got that job. If I do any of those things, I won't have a job. History has shown I don't get those same privileges to act out and to say I don't like this and I don't like that. I can't afford that. When this mouth opens, venom comes out. So I can't just be saying any and every old thing that come to my mind. If I say I don't like you, I'm going to try to terminate you. If I say I don't like a certain situation, I'm terminating it. If I say I'm sick of doing some shit or sick of somebody else doing some shit, I'm terminating it. I don't let shit linger on and piss me off day in and day out. We put an end to it. So, he blocks me on all social media. I think that he got his feelings hurt based off of the intense ridicule that I had against him. That, like a mental midget, he just got tired of trying to figure out, is CJ talking about me or is CJ just talking? I've always stated this coward ass nigga will never reach out to me. He didn't even reach out and say, hey man, I heard about Jeremiah. I'm sorry for that. Because he's a very prideful person. He's following the same footsteps that his father did, being a selfish alcoholic. So when I knew my friendship with him was over, that taught me a lesson in life that nothing lasts forever, man. If you got a friend in your life that's a real... My friendship with Terrell was one of the most authentic friendships you would ever see in your life. Real friends. Not some niggas that's, hey man, you want to smoke a blunt with me? Hey man, you want to drink a 40 with me? No, nigga. We were about business. We minded our business when we were at home. We wasn't somebody, we didn't like to be in each other's faces and shit like that. But when we had childhood inside jokes and all types of shit. But that taught me that you cannot make somebody stand up for what you believe in. You're going to have to, at some point as a man, experience what it's like to be the only one on your team. You hear me? You're going to have to experience what it's like to know I'm the only one on my team. Terrell ran the entire football field with me till he got to, theoretically, till he got to about the 5-yard line. We got 5 yards to get into the end zone. And he said, nah, man. Nah. Because he would say, well, shit, I got us all the way down here. I ain't got nothing left, CJ. And all the different things that I knew that could help us get out of that situation, he was just like, you can do it, but I don't care. You can call them people, but I don't care. Like, man, this is a poor attitude to have. And it's been stimulated and stroked by your sister and by your nephew telling you, oh man, CJ using you. You need to cut and run, Terrell. That's not fair. So I don't know if I left anything out. Once I got done with that, I then came to where I'm at now. I've been through 3 summers and 3 winters. I've been through 2 hurricanes. I've lost a lot. I've had to cut a lot of things out of my life just for the sake of having space and not having so much to worry about when I'm out and about, you know, going to work and stuff. And I have somewhat mastered this lifestyle. Cooking, cleaning, how to stay cool in the summer, how to stay warm in the winter. Again, I am employed. I've never been late to work. I never come to work looking like I'm homeless. A lot of people don't even know it. I have just recently found out that my headaches come from football. So the sooner I can get a hold on that and get some type of medical help, I will be able to have a normal life and save my money and buy a car for $3,000 or what have you, and just finally get a chance to know what it's like to not have to put pills in my body for something that is hurting in my head. So I just want to say I appreciate everybody for listening, man. This is a long listen, but I wouldn't. It'd be a disservice if I did not add all of these details, because I didn't just wake up and say I want to be homeless and I don't want nobody's help. No, didn't do that. This was what Christians would say: true isolation and a relationship with God is what I'm going through. Learning what my spiritual breaking point is, my physical breaking point, knowing that I've actually done the legwork. Wherever I go in my life now, I can actually talk shit and tell somebody, bro, you ain't lived nowhere like what I've done. You ain't done what I've done, my nigga. Put up with what I put up with. I've had very unhealthy thoughts. If there are any parents listening to this, you want to involve yourself in your kids' life, especially stepchildren, because if they gotta go, if they gotta spend a third of their life trying to play catch up, a lot of these people, they can't stay in the game that long. So playing catch up, they're just gonna tap out. They're gonna hurt somebody. They're gonna hurt themselves. All because you want to teach them tough love and all of this other stuff. So that's going to be it, you guys. If you want to support what I'm doing, my Cash App and my GoFundMe and all that different stuff is in the description. I appreciate all words of encouragement, every dollar. And I'm out, man. Y'all have a good one.